What's going on, everybody? Welcome to the NBS Nuts and Bolts Sports. I, of course, am Kyle Nash, the student of the game, and we are here where college and the NFL collide, right? The past of college football becomes the future of the NFL here for the 2022 NFL Draft. Of course, the action brought to you here by NBS, doing all the good stuff here. But hey, listen, I am a mere NFL fan. I am not a master of the college game. Sure, I'm a beat writer for UCF, but I am hardly the expert of the gentleman you see above me. To my upper left, Jeff Barnes, the Mr. Miyagi that helps me see things on the field in the press box. And of course, to my upper right, the man who, when there's a wind, a draft, if you will say, he's always involved, breaking it down, the professor himself in the building, Bill Carroll. Gentlemen, welcome to your Christmas.
Indeed. It's good to finally get here. You know, this is the longest part of the process. When we finally get to this portion, it's like getting the Thanksgiving dinner. You know, all the cooking's been done. Everything's ready. Now it's time to sit down and eat what you've labored for all year long. So I'm anxious for it. I can't wait. I'm tired. I've been getting 3 hours of sleep a night. So it'll be great to get back to real sleep patterns after this week.
And Bill, man, I'm going to ask the question to you. Jeff mentioned the meal in question. A lot of people, though, claiming that this particular meal may not be quite as succulent. Oh, there's no big quarterbacks and there's no big stars. Why do I care? Tell the people why they're wrong, Bill.
People are spoiled. That's what I've learned. Well, the people are spoiled. I've learned that they don't always know what they are even watching or what they like or what they're tasting, right? Sometimes you make a sumptuous, delicious meal, but people are used to eating KFC. They're used to eating Taco Bell. They're used to eating McDonald's, right? And so they look at this amazing spread, and there's pheasant, and there's suckling ducklings, and there's all these amazing things. It's like, oh, it seems kind of strange, and can't we have something filling and cheap and fast, like a bunch of quarterbacks that we've overevaluated? No. This meal is full of things that will fill you, right? Offensive tackles, pass rushers, terrific running backs that nobody cares about because running backs are no passe. This is a really great draft to build your team around, especially if you already have your quarterback or if you are getting your quarterback next year. Build your team. Teams, I know it sounds crazy, but teams still win games. Teams, 53 dudes still win games. It's not basketball, right? It's not soccer. It's not a sport where one truly transcendent talent can carry a bunch of corpses to a championship. You can't Allen Iverson this one to the finals. It doesn't work that way in football. You can't just drag George Payne and Percy Snow, not Percy Snow, his brother,
Eric Snow.
Eric Snow, and that bunch to a championship in football. You need everybody having. There's never been a bad team led by a quarterback to a Super Bowl. It's never happened. Guess what? It never will.
This is live with the professor. I was not aware my NBA knowledge was going to be challenged this evening. And here we go. I got Eric Snow. I'm feeling great tonight. It's going to be a good evening, gentlemen. So, we got a number of time here before the festivities kick off. I'm probably going to throw a few general questions here as we get going. That'll be specific to this draft. You mentioned the pheasant and the suckling pig and the duck and all the beautiful spreads that are going on. You mentioned tackle. You mentioned pass rusher being a possibility. But I'll throw this to Jeff first. If there was a position that the layman should be excited about coming out of this draft, obviously it's not quarterback. I could go on a tangent as even a non-draft guy and tell you about how I am not interested at the alleged best quarterback being Kenny Pickett out of the overrated ACC. But we've had those conversations, Jeff. I know. But with that in mind, if there's a position that the layman can get excited about, are you with Bill that it's some of the beef in the trenches, or do you have a different position?
Oh, the beef in the trenches is one of the positions, but if People love the quarterback. Well, how about the guys that they're throwing the football to? How about one of the deepest wide receiver classes we've seen in a long time? We know about the top part of it. We know about the Olaves, the Londons, the Wilsons, the Jamison Wilsons, the Williamses of the world, the Treylon Burks, the Dotsons. But what about Christian Watson? What about Sky Moore, Joe Mechie, Alec Pierce, David Bell? So you have a lot of them, George Pickens. They're going to be drafting receivers well into day 3 that are going to make an impact, whether it's a Z receiver, whether it's a slot receiver, whether it's in a 3 or 4 wide receiver set. They're going to be teams feasting on this wide receiver class all weekend long.
No, that's a great point with the receivers. Bill, let me throw this to you too. I have a bit of a theory that I've kind of developed, and I'm not going to sit here and tell you that it's breaking necessarily, but quarterbacks are definitely just an absolute 100% necessity to have mobility like they do. And as much as people want to talk about Kenny Pickett as the top pick, I got to tell you, for my money in this draft, as unpolished as he may or may not be, I think Malik Willis probably to me is the best prospect as far as a highest ceiling, especially with what the quarterback position is in the NFL today, requiring movement. Tom Brady and these stone-footed quarterbacks are going to be a thing of the past if you're to see current trends. What do you think of that, Bill?
Well, Malik Willis has more physical tools than any other quarterback in the class. But somebody's also going to get a good quarterback in Carson Strong, who probably can't jump over the Sunday newspaper. You can still find success as the old school pocket passer, but you have to have the right team around you, right?
Sure.
Yep. If you're Matt Ryan, if you're that guy, you still can win, right? Matt Ryan was playing in the Super Bowl not that long ago. Tom Brady was playing in the Super Bowl very recently. So clearly you can still get there with a pocket passer.
Right.
But many more teams are trying to speed it up, right? We don't have the time, or we don't feel like we have the time to build out our team in such a way that a guy who, if everything goes wrong, can't make it happen with his feet, right? A lot of teams are trying to find a guy who can make things wrong with his feet. Russell Wilson is a great example of a guy that's a great blend of both, right? And that's what you're hoping eventually to get out of a guy like Malik Willis. But remember, Russ had played in 2, not 1, but 2 very pro-style systems. He played in a West Coast offense, playing for Tom, not Coughlin, Tom, I can't remember his last name, but playing at NC State West Coast offense. Then he goes to Wisconsin, plays in their I-form, once again, very pro-style offense. He masters those 2 systems, 2. And one of them he masters in a matter of days, right? Within 8 days, he's making calls at the line in practice. And people are marveling. They made him a team captain because of how quickly he mastered their offense. Malik Willis has played in that offense that is very similar to what you see at Ole Miss, right? Still at Ole Miss with Kafin and what Hugh Freeze has always run. So things are simplified. He's not reading the whole field. He's not having to get to 3 different levels of reads. He's just not. It's here, deep, short, run, right? If you don't like it, deep, short, run. And there's nothing wrong with that necessarily because it's been very successful. And you can make it work to some extent at the NFL level. But at some point, you have to go to win for the pocket. So there's still a place for pocket passers. You just have to have the right team around.
Right. And I don't mean to imply that no quarterback should be able to forego throwing in the pocket. And I saw the comment there from Jordan, about sustained success enough. This being a new trend, sustained playoff success, first of all, one, Patrick Mahomes would like a word. But as far as, newer guys, like it hasn't been a trend long enough to really talk about, this as a long-term thing. Like I said, I'm trying to point this out as a relatively new trend. And heck, we're even mentioning guys in such as, the Patrick Mahomes, the Josh Allens, the what have you. First of all, Patrick Mahomes is a guy who at one point in his career, 3rd and deep, his pass percentage went up. So, as accuracy goes, he does all right. Josh Allen, of course, being the other extreme, who actually improved his accuracy. Now, the brand new toy he got from Minnesota might have had a little to do with that, but nobody wants to talk about that, except for me in August before that season happened. Anyways, yes, I'm tooting my horn. It's a thing I do. But overall, I like the point you make, Bill, that there still has to be at some point you got to throw the bleeding ball. And of course, that's the knock on Willis early is he was allowed to get away with some bad habits because he had to running for his life in that Liberty offense. So I definitely understand that there's a development piece there. But you mentioned Carson Strong. Now that brings up a completely different element as far as his health and his injury prognosis. Basically, whatever the doctors say are probably going to dictate his fate tonight. I haven't heard a whole lot regarding that. What about you guys? Either of you can jump in on this particular one.
He's got a cadaver's cartilage in his knee right now.
Right.
So every, sort of, he explained it sort of like changing tires, right? At some point, you need to take the old tires off, put on new tires. So that cartilage is worn down. They'll take it out, put in new cartilage. It's doesn't sound. I mean, it's a simple enough procedure. It's not complicated. There's not a lot of moving parts. There's
relative to other surgeries. Yes, right. Yeah. So I mean, with that in mind, like that's a good thing. But I feel like he kind of, what my understanding was is he kind of rushed it to play his last year, right? Which I mean, I'm not going to blame any kid for doing like that. That's your life you're living, and if you love football, by all means, hell, that sounds like something I would do, but it's not necessarily how you say the most fiscally sound move, perhaps. Those kind of question marks, I think is a reason why you're not going to see him, let alone above Willis or Pickett. But now I'm even hearing chirps that out of Cincinnati, their quarterback Desmond Ridder is getting talk as being a first round pick himself. What about the weighing in on that, guys?
Yeah, and that's more towards the back end of the round, especially if the other two quarterbacks go early. This has been the sketchiest quarterback draft as far as projecting where they're going to go, because there are teams in the top 10 that can use them, but are they going to willing to spend that top pick on it, or are they willing to come back later in the draft and move back up to get those guys at the back end of the first, or sit pat in the start of the second round and take them then? So, I mean, when you look at it, if that happens, if you do get those quarterbacks going early, then expect the other quarterbacks to slide up towards the back end of the first, because teams are going to move up to jump ahead of teams that are going to try and get them in round two. As far as that, I think you look at it, Ridder out of the second group of quarterbacks is the guy that I like the most. I know people like Corral. I know people like the kid from North Carolina. So, Sam Howell. Yeah. Right. So I think once you look at it, I think overall, I like Ridder a little bit more than those two guys. I think overall, when you look at his game, I think there's a lot more to him than what you saw at Cincinnati. He didn't have to be air it out 40, 50 times at Cincinnati because he had a strong running game. I think he has the ability at the next level to eventually get to that point. I think you'll start him off as that guy. You're going to pair him with a strong running game, protect him a little bit till he gets comfortable at the next level where he can go out there and process and be able to move the ball consistently with his arm down the field. So I think that's where you look at Desmond Ridder. He has that upside. He can move in the pocket. He's the bigger frame of those guys. So if you're partial to that bigger quarterback, you're going to go with Ridder over the shorter guys.
And I love that you brought up that point, Jeff, because I think what kind of dictates how that's going to happen is the age-old parable. Need versus best available.
Absolutely.
Right? And that argument, whether it should be an argument or not, is made before every draft. And I can even state probably before every pick. That's obviously the consideration, right? And you mentioned the teams where quarterback is a huge need by way of retirement, basically, right? We got the Steelers, who've recently lost Roethlisberger. We got the Saints, who are sans Drew Brees. And for those of us who are in Florida, especially anywhere in or around Tampa, are well aware of how he prevented what was a Super Bowl team shortly after from even making the playoffs by way of a very high interception number, right? So,
Absolutely.
There's a lot of talk about the need at that position. We could find plenty of teams that need a quarterback, and I think that's kind of trumping what you were talking about. Sure, the quarterback class isn't great, but if you need it, you need it. I mean, heck, Carolina's in big trouble as far as the quarterback position. If you're to hear the scuttlebutt on Darnold and how that's going, so that could bring a bit of a reach. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Carolina's where I've been mocking quarterback in the top 10. And at first I said it would have been Seattle, but the move for Drew Lock, I think, took away that urgency. I think they're comfortable with Drew Lock. Now, look at Carolina. All right, they already have one cast off in Sam Darnold. That episode didn't play out very well. They tried to replace it with everybody except for the water boy. All right, so now you look at it. They tried to make the big move for Watson. That failed. Baker Mayfield price, too high. Maybe we'll come back to that later on when they're desperate enough to get rid of him. Okay, so when you look at it, it makes sense. They like some of these young quarterbacks. You're not going to fight for them in the start of the second round. Anybody that's going to help you, you're going to have to get in this round tonight. Okay, if you're Carolina, you can't wait for the second round. You don't have anybody there that's going to help you in the second round because once again, you start out this season 1-4. Are you going to keep Sam Darnold under center? No, you're going to bring in the young guy and see what he does for your football team. And if you're bringing in a guy that you drafted in day 2 or day 3 to come in for that situation, then you're in trouble. So I think it has to happen tonight. If they want quarterback to come in and compete with Sam Darnold, it has to happen tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, you mentioned mocking mocking a quarterback. You have Kenny Pickett on your set there too for the Panthers. I mean, definitely an argument to be made, depending on who was picked before them, that is going to be definitely a need versus a best available piece. But, let's go to the Jags now. The draft is officially underway, it being 8:00. I think the Jags are going to be in the clock here at any moment. So with that in mind, let's start talking up whether Hutchinson is more kind of a need versus the best available. And for my money, as somebody who covers the Jags, goes to the home games there in Jacksonville, I can't argue against somebody alongside of Josh Allen, who was extended today, I believe, by the way.
Yeah.
They picked up his option, I should say. So somebody else out there for him to rush alongside of. Now me, pardon my offensive line bias, you might have seen back here by my UCF alumni Aaron Evans original of my playing days. I would have liked to see them pick Evan Neal rather than extend Cam Robinson. Not that Cam Robinson isn't an excellent offensive tackle, but his the way I remember his name so clearly is because I hear it with him leaving the field in the press box so often due to injury and being questionable to return.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not just last season, by the way. Not to knock him, obviously a great player, but you can't help the club in the tub. Nonetheless, extending him, I mean, I feel like defensive end makes sense. Their DBs are asked to do entirely too much, in my opinion. And when you look at what they have at Shaquille Griffin with the corner, like the dude held DeAndre Hopkins to 3 catches against the Cardinals in that game. I mean, you got to be impressed with that sort of thing. But, and I'll let whoever wants to chime in first on this, defensive end, need or best available guy here. Of course, Bill has Hutchinson on his mock. Jeff has Hutchinson on his mark. Bill went a bit different direction. What do you think the Jags' biggest need is, Bill?
Yeah, well, the advantage of being a bad football team is you can use everything, right? When your team is bad, you should just find the best players and add as many of those best players as you can, as often as you can.
Right.
If you start reaching or even over considering if this player is a need or not, what starts happening is you start slowly but surely bringing down the total talent level of the team just a little bit each time. It doesn't kill you initially, right? It's like being slowly poisoned. It doesn't kill you right off, but eventually you will die if you keep reaching. If you keep thinking need is the thing that drives your choice. And to quote Brian Billick, need is a terrible evaluator of talent. That's how you end up with E.J. Manuel in the first. That's how you end up with Christian Ponder in the first, right? That happens because a team needs a quarterback and says, I got to take a quarterback.
E.J. Manuel, by the way, the only first rounder. Oh, I'm sorry about that. I thought you were done. But E.J. Manuel, by the way, the only first rounder in his year, if I remember correctly. So we could be looking at that kind of a draft tonight. But as you and many have mocked, and I agree with it, I think teams are going to get a bit more desperate simply because of the 2 letters behind the name, the QB. But tell me a bit about your who you mocked at number 1 for the Jags, Bill, and why that's the case, because I love your train of thought here.
Yeah, this is my shake it up version of the mock, right? I've done some very normal, chalky mocks. So this one I said I'm going to find a couple of trades and, mix it up a little bit.
I think for a good show.
I think Iguodala has a chance to be an absolute superstar. And there's not a few. I think that Thibodeau also, but most of the guys in the first are going to be good football players, but not superstars. I think there's only a few guys that have a chance to be an actual superstar. I think Iguodala has a chance to be that. I think the Jaguars need players like him. He's a guy who's going to be one of the best in his position, I think, immediately, and will stay there for a long time. Hutchinson's a really good football player. And he's going to be really good for a long time, too, but I don't think he has superstar potential. I think he's been a solid player forever, but not a guy who's ever going to – he may even go to a couple of Pro Bowls, but not all pro level, not Hall of Fame level. Thibodeau is a guy that has that potential. And obviously people have, talked themselves out of him for whatever reasons, but I think he'll be terrific. And then Evan Neal is a really good player. I think he's not quite Ekwonu, but he's a really good player. I think he's going to find a good place. Makes more sense for me with Trayvon Walker. I know even this seems a tad high to me, but at least it makes some level of sense. And then Gardner is a great fit. The Panthers now have a tremendous tandem, right? J.C. Horn stays healthy, and now Ahmad Sauce Gardner. You've fixed that position for a while. And then the Giants could certainly use Derek Stingley Jr. I think they'll be thrilled if he makes it there. And Garrett Wilson fits all too well what the Falcons need. Once again, he needs a lot of things, but he fits exactly what they need at that position. And, sorry, Russell, now they're fixing the tackle position.
Thank you for pointing that out because I do have areas.
It happens. It's like, oh, now you want to do that. But yeah, those are some of the things I think certainly could happen. I don't think they actually will. I think a couple of those could, but I think we're going to see the chalkier picks. I think, people have talked themselves into Walker. So a lot of those picks are not the ones I think will happen. That's just my shake it up version.
Yeah. And hey, listen, like I said, it makes for good TV, but I at least wanted to hear you walk through it. Jeff, let me jump over with you. You have Hutchinson as your top guy. The question I would ask is, would he be the air quote safe number one pick? And in light of that, and for my money, if it's a safe pick, you got Doug Peterson, an offensive coach coming in. I kind of feel like that's the case with what's going on. Like you have an offensive coach in Peterson, he's gonna pick a defensive guy, and it's gonna be a safe pick if that happens. Is that a crazy conspiracy theory, or does that sound like it makes sense to you?
I think the riskiest pick is the one we're hearing right now, where it's Walker. Why would you take Walker over the other two pass rushers when you look at the film? And I know everybody is enthralled with the workout numbers. The workout numbers are great, but you compare the film. The film doesn't beat out the other two guys. So why would you take them over those two guys? So that's the riskiest pick to me. If they actually go with that, that's going to be the riskiest pick of this first round, unless there's something way riskier than that. But I don't see how you pick somebody over those two guys. We know Thibodeau is the best of the pass rushers. They have all the personality questions in the world. Sometimes those strong personality players just don't mess with some of these managers that are evaluating them. And that's the problem with Kayvon Thibodeau. More than the film that people are talking about the plays off, his film is better than a lot of those guys that you keep trying to put over him. The fact of the matter is, he's your best pass rusher in this draft. If you don't want him, the next one on that list is Hutchinson. Okay, Hutchinson's still not fully finished. Hand placement has to get better as far as hand fighting. He's not exactly great at disengaging, right? So if he doesn't beat you in the first two moves, he is stuck. And that's what you saw in that huge loss in the playoff. Okay. And that was the fact of the matter was they got hands on him quickly and he couldn't get off. All right. With Thibodeau, he can get off. Okay. The question is he going to give you that effort throughout? I think he does. He's a guy, like I said, who could have shut it down when he had the injury this year. He was already talked about being the top player, all right, and plain and simple, he came back and helped this team despite that, okay? So he could have shut it down. He didn't. He's been in this whole process now. He shut it down at the combine. That rubbed some people the wrong way. But you want to know what? As a guy who's been evaluating the combine now for several years, the numbers coming out of the combine are less and less. People don't even run half the drills anymore. So if you're going to hold that against just him, it's more of a personality issue with him and the management. So overall, when you look at it, that is the best pick for them they seem to be more comfortable with the kind of Hutchinson character player. So I think overall Aiden Hutchinson fits. If they go defense, I think signing Cam Robinson doesn't put the urgency for them to go tackle. All right. Now, if you're going to play best player available, 10-1 tackle is not the best player available on your board anyway. So overall, I think it's going to be Hutchinson unless they decide to really, really go with the Walker pick, which I think is the biggest reach early. I think that's bigger than what Farrell was a couple of years ago.
Yeah, and we're talking all the stuff about, this style versus that style. And, oh, my gosh, Bill's shaking things up and all this stuff as we see less than 10 minutes on the clock for the Jags to make their pick. What I'm looking for at this stage in the game, gentlemen, who do you think, what team in the first round do you think is most likely to make a trade here at this point? Now, me as a 49ers fan, I know what I'm thinking will happen. I know what I'm hoping to have happen. But who do you think is most likely to trade a pick here in the first round, gentlemen?
Well, that answer will, as long as Howie Roseman stays employed by that team in Philadelphia, that answer will always be the Eagles. He loves trades. He loves trades. Howie Roseman has not met a trade he'll consider anything. There's no trade he would not consider. He may not make every trade, but he always thinks about every trade. I'll tell you that much. Mm-hmm. So if there's a chance to make a trade, Howie Roseman will make it.
Well, okay, so if the smart money's with the Eagles, I have a different team in green, but I'm not the expert here. Jeff, do you have a thought on who's most likely to make a trade in the first round here tonight?
Oh, man. This has been the hard part for me with the last mock because usually we throw the trades in. With all of the moves that we had early, I've had a hard time picking a trade. I think it's going to come in the back end, though. I think we may see one or two early. I don't think they're going to be pressed to do it unless somebody is tumbling down a board and they don't feel they're going to get to their pick. However, I think later on, once you get into the 20s, there's going to be somebody that either jumps up from the back or jumps up from the second pick, all right, to come up. I know we talked about the teams with multiple picks moving around. That's still a possibility. But I think overall, look for a team that doesn't want Detroit to take the player that they want at the back end of that draft to come up and say, okay, we'll go up our second and the first next year to come back up and take such and such. I think that's where the trade comes in. The biggest trade, I believe.
Situation too. Say, okay, I think we're back good here.
Yeah.
Bill, or actually, let me finish the point I was making. So you mentioned the trade at the back half. That's possible too, Jeff. I think, though, if there's a run on, say, tackles, a position that I could argue, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong here, but tackle is kind of a air quotes top-heavy position in this draft, and they start going unpredictably. I think that could launch things into the upper echelon too. But you guys each have of the same three players going in the top three. So I that makes sense to me. I think they see that coming. On your mock for the Jets, you have Ahmad Gardner. For my money, it's not that pick, but the second pick the Jets have that I think will be packaged up along with, let's say, they're probably their second, so they'll be in the 30s there. That goes to the 49ers for Deebo Samuel. I really think that's a thing that's going to happen. And the main reason why we're talking about it is because the blockbuster trade with all the draft picks involving Tyreek Hill and the Dolphins, right? Yeah. So as far as all that goes, the reason we're talking about it is that trade. But the reason why it may not happen is also that trade because the price has now been jacked up. What was it, 5 picks for Tyreek Hill? And now they're talking about this trade for Deebo Samuel. Guys, weigh in on how crazy my conspiracy theory there is.
You're muted, Bill.
Haha, it's not crazy. It is conspiratorial, yes, but crazy, no. There's lots of things at play here. And here's the thing that usually, when you see trades, they happen for one or two reasons. One, a team sees an opportunity to get a player they didn't think they were going to get, right? Someone is coming towards them, coming to them they didn't think would be there. Or scarcity, right? That's the other thing that drives trades. A player they're done that they thought would be there, now they think might not be there when they pick. Those are the things that drive day of the draft trades, right? That drafts while the draft is ongoing. Trades while the draft is ongoing are fueled by one of those two things. Either a player that they didn't think would be there now is coming towards them. Oh, we didn't think someone would be there by pick 9, and we're only at 4 picks away, right? Or the opposite. Oh my gosh, I didn't think 4 tackles were going to go that quickly, and we've got 4 picks. We're 4 picks away. There's only one left that we like.
Right.
Those are the two things. Yes. So if either of those things start to happen, either a player that people like is dropping, or players that at one position particularly are going in a run on corners, run on, offensive guards not guards, but offensive tackle, run on pass rush. But there would be a run on pass rush. So everyone's sort of already prepared for that. But any of the other positions, teams may sort of get itchy and think, oh, well, our player that we really want might not make it to us. So those are the two things that fuel, trade ups, trade downs, whatever, is that player that you weren't expecting that might be there, or the player that you were expecting might not be.
Okay, so we're getting word that the pick is in. So at any moment now, the commissioner will trade up and make the first pick here. But you both make excellent points. Run on a position. I think we were in agreement there that possibility for the offensive tackle position is quite possible. But Bill, let me go ahead and if we can get your mock up here pretty quick. I want to kind of see. We mentioned Ahmad Gardner being the Jets pick on that side. For you, in that case, I see a very interesting concept that the Jets, you have a trade kind of marked in or baked into what you were doing.
Yeah, I have a couple of trades there
too. Yeah, so the Commanders coming up to get Evan Neal here. Again, I know this is your shake it up version, but I'm not anti that move either, to be honest with you.
Well, one, it fits their drafting personality, right? First of all, they love Alabama players, right? Look at their roster. If you ever decide just to take a look, and they've got SEC players all over, especially Alabama players, all over the roster. Even with Landon Collins and a few others haven't left, they still have a bunch. And Evan Neal fits what they want to do. They would like to obviously protect their quarterback, but also they want to mash people in the run game. They want to be a better running team. For those who've forgotten, Ron Rivera, had a team at one point that had, Cam Newton, right, who was terrific at running, and then you had 2 terrific running backs in D'Angelo Williams and John and Stewart, right? Bam, 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 right? Just boom, right? Downhill running. I think they'd like to get back to that a little bit more. And with teams getting lighter at linebacker, right, to be able to cover better, you can counter program, right? You can go in the other direction. Oh, you guys want to zig? I'm going to zag. We're going to get bigger and smash you.
Yeah, no. And so the risk has been taken. Trayvon Walker, your pick overall. So, gentlemen, if I'm saying to you as a member of the AFC South in general, if I'm across, especially if I happen to be Ryan Tannehill, right? If I'm across from that, what am I worried about from this guy?
I mean, he is a physical freak. I mean, that part is true, like that, indisputable. And he's versatile. You can kick him inside, right? You can kick him out 4-eye, 5, 3, 7, wide 9 perhaps even as well. But he doesn't have a very well developed array or plan in terms of pass rushing. That's also factual. He's a guy who's, I don't know if you care about numbers like pass rush win rate or whatever, but his numbers are like barely in the double digits in terms of that. While there's guys who are literally 4 times more efficient than him as a pass rusher in this draft class, like Arnold Ricchetti, right? Are by what they get done on the same number of pass rush snaps. So it's fair. We're talking about percentage, are 4 times more efficient. Kayvon Thibodeau is a way more efficient pass rusher. And because of injury, he played roughly the same amount of snaps because he missed time. and was way more effective and way more efficient as a pass rusher. So you're saying I'll take the mystery box because who knows? Maybe it's a boat.
With that in mind, I haven't seen something like this. A workout Warriors defensive tackle, and now a high draft pick. Granted, he wasn't first overall, but this has a Dontari Poe vibe to me. Do you guys feel that?
It doesn't have the Dontari Poe. I think he'll be a better player than Poe was.
Okay.
I just don't think that he is the best player in this draft. You take the number one, you're going to take the best player in this draft. That's the whole point of having the number one pick is you don't have to wait and see who falls to you. You get to pick the best player, not only in the draft, but that is going to be the best player for your team. Now, if Trayvon Walker is the best player for the Jacksonville Jaguars, God bless him, because that means he better come in, shut down the run, and be a 6-7 sack guy. And the other guy on the opposite side better be the double-digit sack guy, because plain and simple, he is not that. He is going to be a guy that comes in and does quality things against the run. He's going to be moved around the front and be given opportunities to rush from different places. But overall, he is not going to be the dynamic pass rusher that they're saying he is. He is not Aldon Smith. Aldon Smith was a different animal.
Right.
Okay? And what we're seeing in Trent, God bless Trent Baalke. This is you got to own this pick, because you passed over better pass rushers. You've passed over better players, because I can tell you right now, he didn't even have a first round grade on my board. He was a borderline 1-2. All right. And the workouts pushed him up a lot of people's boards. It's great to have nice workout numbers, but overall, you got to be able to go back and take those workout numbers, look at the film, and justify where you're drafting somebody. And if you're saying all that justifies taking him number one, I'm saying somebody's doing some bad evaluation.
Yeah, well, and Trent Baalke not only has to own this pick, but the fact that his existence in the organization may have passed over what many thought was a better coaching concept and candidate in Byron Leftwich. So that just adds to it. And of course, predictably, I think we got a pick in from the Lions here, and they went a lot more safe than the Jaguars did, it would seem. And of course, with that, it looks like we have Aiden Hutchinson as the pick here to the Lions officially. And there's the work here we see on the player card here. You know, I feel like if you're going to be a number one pick, you know, we got the high motor here, got an explosive first step. Those things are obviously a must, but the ability to bend, I think, is something that's not appreciated quite enough in a pass rusher. And I think that's what makes an NFL guy stand out over a high level college one. But to Bill's point made earlier, the Lions are such a mess. They had needs anywhere. So I think this particular pick helps. But gentlemen, I want to go back to one more thing with Trayvon Walker and the pick of a defensive tackle and how effective that is for the Jags, right? With the Jags, they do play Derrick Henry twice a year. They do play in a division overall where the run is huge, right? Jonathan Taylor of the Colts was an MVP candidate until the Jags did what they did in the final game of the year. One could argue. And then with those, I mean, that's 4 games against high power running, and also freeing up the linebackers, an important aspect of defensive tackle that isn't talked about enough. So I think this might be a situation of need versus best available selected here. And they did, like I said, they had the option on Josh Allen. It's not that their pass rush was terrible. It just needed to get better. And who knows, maybe plugging that middle does all of the above in that piece. But guys, okay, the Lions with Aiden Hutchinson. I see a lot of work there. You're chasing Aaron Charles Rodgers twice a year. I think that makes a ton of sense, right?
Well, we expect them to go pass rush, and it makes sense that if they're going to take Walker, take Hutchinson and Thibodeau. They liked Hutchinson the whole time. So there was no doubt in my mind if they went Walker, Hutchinson was going second. All right. So Thibodeau's fallen to the teams where people would love to have him. So if you're a Giant fan and you were hoping at pick 5 that a offensive lineman was going to be a pick, you're shaking in your boots right now, because if Thibodeau falls a couple more spots at number 5, he could be a New York Giant.
Yeah, so, Greg, one of our commenters earlier, said the very same thing that was going to take place. Yeah.
So you're in that situation right now. So Hutchinson is the pick here. It's just a quality pick. Like I said, this is the number 2 pass rusher in the draft. All right. So There you go. They did a good job making their pick, and now we're going to have the Texans on the board here. And it looks like their pick is in. So I think overall, what we're seeing is plain and simple. We have exactly what we're looking for: pass rusher, and is it going to be a third one in a row? That's going to be the big question.
I mean, and hey, listen, we talked about this being one of the deep positions here, Bill. With this Thibodeau, I mean, listen, we could talk about need, but I think these next two teams have needs all over the bleeding place in the Texans and Jets. So, I mean, Thibodeau, it sounds like Jeff seems to think he's the best available. You agree?
I agree. I think, first of all, it's a great fit for what Lovey wants, right? We all know Lovey Smith. You know, he's off of the tree that gave us people like Dungy and people like Mike Tomlin. And, you know, I mean, people don't talk enough about defensive coaching trees, but if you think about the defensive coaching tree, right, that, you know, cover 2, 4-3, you've got to get pressure from your 3 tech and from both edges, right? Because the ball, you have to force the ball out fairly quickly because you need that handoff to happen between your short coverage guys, which is the corners, passing it off to the safeties before they can get the ball off to that hole shot, right? Where you talk about Aaron Charles Rodgers, who took advantage of all those cover 2 defenses in his career by getting that little 17 to 22 yarder right in there.
I appreciate your adoption of the middle name, by the way.
I've been calling him Aaron Charles Rodgers for years, and Patrick LaVon Mahomes Jr. And I got them all. I've been doing middle names since, no offense, but since years. This is not new. But yeah, so getting back to this, if you speed up quarterbacks, even the great ones, right? They're not so great anymore. And so getting guys who get that consistent pressure and have a counter and then a counter to that counter. And that's what we're talking about with guys like Thibodeau and some of the other guys are, you know, and eventually we're going to see Jermaine Johnson as well. Those are guys who have a great repertoire of pass rush. And we started with a guy who doesn't, and then a guy who's slightly better, right? So oddly enough, the pass rushers are getting more polished as we go deeper into the first.
Okay, so I mean, the argument I hear being made there is it's about higher upside, and then making picks towards the future, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Apparently.
Yeah. So what would seem? Go ahead, Jeff.
Yeah, and when you look at it, you like I said, you want you're taking these guys early. You want them to be consistent performers. You want them to be some of the best performers, right? You don't want to take solid performers here. You're basically undervaluing your pick because you're taking somebody solid over somebody who's better, right? The whole point of getting that high pick is to get the best players. If you're not taking the best players, you're just cheating yourself out of a draft pick. Just trade back.
Right. And actually, as it would turn out, some people are going to start throwing things at their TV in Houston, apparently. Derek Stingley Jr., your pick for the Houston Texans. They opt to go DB in this particular instance. Granted, I know they need all the spots, but listen, for my money, all the positions on the team are important. I can make a strong argument, granted, pardon my large man bias, I can make a strong argument that the corner is the least important guy on the field. And yet, nonetheless, here come the Texans going there. Not to take anything from Stingley Jr. I've seen some mocks that think that the sauce is a better corner prospect overall. But listen, if you're going to pick a corner, they picked a guy that's rather strong. I don't know about doing it at 3, but what do I know? Guys, what do you think?
Well, it's sort of like we talked about with Aiden Hutchinson, right? Sauce Gardner is sort of more like Aiden Hutchinson. You kind of have a really good idea of what you're going to get. He's been incredibly consistent. He was on a very sort of distinct upward trend, you know, getting a little bit better, and then became great finally, you know, towards the end of his career. It was the sort of opposite, all right, with Darryl Stingley Jr., where Derek Stingley comes out of the box, right? He's giving fits to Jamar Chase in practice. He's shutting people down. He's embarrassing people sometimes as a 18-and-a-half-year-old freshman. And then he has some struggles as a sophomore. And then some of his worst tape actually came latest in his career, right? And I think some of that was due to injury and some of it was maybe due to trying not to get hurt. I don't know. I don't want to try to read people's minds. But you saw a guy who wasn't the same tackler, right? He was a much better tackler as a freshman than as a junior. I'm going to attribute that either, like I said, to maybe the fact that he was still trying to come back from that injury, or and once again, I don't see Revis when I see him, but I do see Louis Wright would be my comparison for those. Sorry, Louis Wright, for those who were too young, look him up. But that's who was a terrific corner. But like Revis was a guy who was like quick, explosive, and powerful. This guy is a little more wispy, built like a sprinter, right? Which was what Louis Wright was, a 9'6" guy and a Pac-8 in those days, sprint champion. Much like Mark Hayes, also at Arizona State, was a sprint champion in the old Pac-8. He's more like those guys. He's got that greyhound build, and really Revis was almost built like a running back.
Yeah, no, it's easy to forget how big Revis was. Jeff, I'm going to say this, though, based on what you've been telling me about Thibodeau, and it's a ton of sense, but I think this Stingley pick has completely ruined my conspiracy theory. There is no way now you make that move, and who knows, maybe the Niners will be on the phone with somebody else who needs a big playmaker in the form of Deebo Samuel. I mean, listen, as a Niner fan, I completely enjoy what he does on the field, but I don't think it's sustainable, not just as far as his physique as well, but for the Niners offense to continue to depend on that much activity from one guy who is playing, who has a very physical style of play, who has gone an entire season playing 6 games, obviously not this past, but the one previous. And I love him going for his money now while he has the chance. That's perfectly awesome. But looking at the franchise's side of it, they're about to be in cap hell very soon if they give Deebo Samuel what he's looking for, and they need him to be on the field constantly. You cannot guarantee that with that style of play. But that being said, so much for that conspiracy theory. I think Thibodeau is certainly the clear favorite to the Jets. I mean, if nothing else, with that in mind. So let's kind of assuming that the Jets do that, their pick is in fact in. This is the team I think that's waited the longest so far to turn their pick in, probably because they didn't expect
some of the guys to be there. This is what happens when you go through all of the mocks up and leading up to the draft, and teams are good at sourcing mocks from multiple sources, so they're not just getting a fair idea of just one or two guys. They're trusting and they're pulling from everywhere. So they're going to see some of the funkiest mocks in the world. They're going to see some that are truer to what the reality is. I don't think too many up until this week had Walker going one, and I didn't see one up until this week. Right, so somebody got a good tip that said Walker's going one, and then it caught fire. All right, so but I'm pretty sure most of them at that point said, "Yeah, no, that's smoke." And then all of a sudden,
it's happened before.
Yeah, well, it happened with Baker Mayfield. Remember how that draft? Yeah. There were a lot of people that were talking about others that go in first. Mayfield goes first, and then all hell broke loose with the quarterback position after that. So, but I think what you're looking at now is the Jets going to make their pick. We're excited to see who that's going to be. But so you got the first domino. Walker is the first thing that's changed the top of this draft. The second thing was Stingley going over Sauce Gardner. Everybody had Sauce Gardner going as the first corner off the board. Now, if you're the Giants, like I talked about, right, Thibodeau, unless the Jets take him here, right, you could probably have both Gardner and Thibodeau, right, potentially landing to the Giants at 5. So think about that, because if the Jets decide they're going to go with somebody else, they have every right. They can go Kyle Hamilton if they want. All right, there's many ways the Jets could go because they filled all of their line needs in free agency.
Yeah, that's true. And we had a commenter there, Greg, once again with a pretty good point that they may not go trenches. Sauce makes a lot of sense, especially now with Stingley being off the board. So that's a very reliable pick. And who knows? They have a little bit of elite corner baked into their DNA from recent history. So who knows if that has an impact? We've already been talking about Darrelle Revis a touch earlier on, just in passing. So maybe they're trying to bring back that kind of vibe and that kind of field here. But the commissioner will be on the stage here any moment to announce the Jets pick and officially cementing the death of my conspiracy theory. And here I was thinking for a short time that I was smart enough to hang with you guys on this show. No, but with that, I'll put it this way: with all the needs being filled in free agency, if they do go DB, you would have to love the concept to make the defense more complete, right? But got to tell you, their pick last year at quarterback, I was not high on at all. And actually confirmed now here, you nailed it on the mock here, Jeff. Ahmad Gardner, the sauce, being brought in. Granted, he has the bling with the bottle around his neck. Unfortunately, it looks more to me like a soda bottle than a sauce bottle. But hey, I'm a fat guy. Only I would be that worried about the bottle on the bling of a player's lapel, whatever. But evaluate the pick, gentlemen. How you guys feel about it?
There's a lot to like about Ahmad Gardner. And once again, he's a tackler, right? I like him as a tackler. He can press. He can turn and burn, right? He's a guy that has enough speed. Everything that you need is there, right? Length and strength. There's no huge hole anywhere in his game. There's nothing you put him to say he's bad at X. I don't think he's ever going to be a guy that gets you like a million, picks. I don't think he has maybe the high-level ball skills that a guy like Stingley has, because Stingley was a terrific receiver in high school as well. So, and of course, obviously, the grandson of the late Carroll Stingley. But you're seeing in this player a guy who checks all the boxes, right? Size, strength, length, football IQ, like it's there. He played in a system, with Marcus Freeman that demanded a lot of the corners. They got left alone a lot. They let their safeties, get a little active in the run game and things like that. So a lot of times they were, like I said, on an island, and he handled it extremely well. And even Alabama gave him respect. They didn't go to his side of the field a lot. I don't know if you noticed. They mostly tested Kobe Bryant. So it gives you an idea of what kind of player he is when even Alabama is like, we're going to mostly avoid him.
Yeah, I'll even add to that, Bill. Saban's on record saying they threw away from Sauce Gardner. So if there's no bigger endorsement in college football in my mind. And hey, listen, covering UCF like I do, I personally noticed how alone Kobe Bryant and Sauce Gardner were. And listen, both those guys are NFL worthy. And obviously, Ahmad Gardner ranks higher between the two. But I wouldn't be shocked if you guys are talking about Kobe Bryant tomorrow joining a team. For sure. I don't think he makes it tonight, but tomorrow, hey, you guys can shout out whether, wow, that host guy might know a little bit. Bring him on for day 2 next year. I don't know. But listen, I love where you're coming from, Bill. I observed the very same thing. The game I watched in person where he played against UCF. There was a lot of island play, especially for guys as fast as UCF had on their roster, and Ryan O'Keefe, for example.
Yep.
And they were just basically neutralized. They concentrated on the run game, which at that point in the year, UCF was basically reduced to that because of the injuries. But to be honest, I don't think it would have made much of a difference. I think Cincinnati was winning that game either way. But the punchline is the way they played that team. And it is just another textbook aspect, even before we're talking about that national championship concept of how that team relied on those corners because of their talent and strength therein. Jeff, the Giants are on the clock. They have about 3.5 minutes remaining to make a pick.
Saying the pick is in now. So.
Oh, what? Look out! Yeah. What? There we go. So this is the.
It's one of 3 players, right? It's either Neal, Iguanu, or possibly Thibodeau.
Yeah, well, they're in the perfect situation. We talked about this the other day. When they said if they get to pick 5. They could have multiple players that they want at pick 5 on the board. Well, think about it this way, right? You got Kayvon Thibodeau, right, on the board with him right now, plus both tackles that we talked about going in the top 5. So they have the ideal situation to fix both sides of their line with these next 2 picks. They're picking 2 out of the next 3 picks. Carolina in between is only going to take one of those 3 guys most likely. So you're going to have your pick of the guys you want when you want them. You couldn't ask for this to play out any better for the New York Giants. Yeah. So all that trading back stuff would go out the window if I'm just Shine right now, because plain and simple, this is where you come in and go, at pick 5, I'm going to take who I want, right? Whether it's offensive, defensive line, come right back at pick 7 and take the other player that I wanted as well. This is a case where you would take Thibodeau because one of those 2 tackles is guaranteed to be there when you come back at 7.
And hey, listen, I'll add in this. Joe Cardoza, boss man, rang in there a little bit, mentioning our first mention of intangibles. This is what happens when there's no quarterbacks high in the draft. The word intangibles isn't used 50 times within the first 13 minutes, okay? He mentioned something about the locker room presence of Ahmad Gardner in the Jets. I think that's a very interesting point. They need somebody who has some concept of what it's like to have consistent winning under their belt. And granted, I know it's only in college. I know it's only in the American Athletic Conference, which is still superior to the Atlantic Coast Conference. I said it. With that all in mind, I think that's something that even as a young guy coming into a space could be helpful with. Yes.
People talk about toughness, and they usually are talking about, offensive linemen, occasionally running backs, linebackers. Ahmad Gardner is a physically, mentally tough player.
You called him a tackler, right?
He will bring that with him. The guys from Cincinnati across the board have a lot of that in the bone, bred in the bone toughness at a bunch of positions. Even their receivers. I mean, somebody mentioned, Jeff mentioned Alec Pierce earlier. Don't even watch his reception highlights. Watch his blocking highlights. This guy gets after it as a blocker. That Cincinnati team has a bunch of tough guys, but Ahmad Sauce Gardner is one of them.
Yeah, no, that's a great point too. I mean, I've been covering football in the American for 5 years. Consistently, Cincinnati has been a very tough team in the trenches too. And they might have been behind Temple at one point before all that coaching hullabaloo and stuff went down and changed the direction of that program. But Cincinnati has been a tough team as long as I've been watching him. Certainly, Luke Fickell has done at the very least to maintain, if not bring it in altogether. With that culture all the way around is an excellent point as far as toughness there. I mean, we'll put it this way too. We're talking about the guys best available, but Jeff, I haven't had the best available versus need conversation with you. I can argue here at this pick that the Giants with the offensive tackle position both have best available and need right in front of their face, right?
They do. And that's the beauty of picking at the top of the draft is you're going to get that kind of scenario. And like I said, well, and here
no
we go.
Sooner do I ask that question, do they blow it?
It's a great pick, though. It's a great pick.
It is. I'm just picking the joke at my expense. It is a good pick.
But what did I just say? You take Thibodeau here and come back at 7, and either one of those tackles, if not both, depending on what Carolina does. If Carolina goes quarterback, you still have your pick.
God. If they get Thibodeau and Ekwonu,
yes. So right there, right, you got the pass rush that you need, right, across from Azeez Ojulari. So think about that combination coming up NFC East quarterback. Okay, Kayvon Thibodeau, Azeez Ojulari, opposite side. The Giants' pass rush right there has already been magnified. Okay, their defense has already been improved, and right now they don't have to make a move for Bradbury. I know they want to get rid of the salary, but you know what? If you can work that out, you still have one of your top corners on your team, right, at a possibly better price. And you have the pass rush that you need. You can come back in the second round with a corner to go opposite Bradbury. So the beauty of what the Giants have right now is you got the pass rusher. To me, the best pass rusher in this draft, right? You have one that last year that came on later in the year, got better and better. So you're going to have two guys on your edges. They're going to put pressure on quarterbacks. They have a solid defensive interior that you could also get better later in this draft. So credit the New York Giants for saying, you know what, take the best player on our board, because he's probably the highest graded player on their board right now. Yeah. So take the best player on the board and then come right back in 2 picks, and we could take either one of those tackles.
Yeah, that's a great point. That's a great point. And you got the best remaining rusher, and then also that's one of 2 tackles. That's a top-level guy. You got 2 picks.
Carolina can't draft both of them.
Right, exactly. and at any moment, we could have the great and powerful Jordan coming in if his prediction of Pickett at 6 is right. Go ahead there, Bill.
Well, I was going to say very quickly, and this is sort of an extra added bonus. He has a fantastic personality. Yeah. This guy is going to be loved in New York. I know people started putting out weird stuff about him and whatever, but this guy has a fantastic personality. He loves football. He loves the camera also, and that's not a bad thing.
No,
he wants to be a star, and he's in a city where they make stars. It's a great alignment of on-field and off-field personality, interest, and need. It's awesome.
Also, I could argue there, Bill. You make a great point about a city that makes stars and all of that. If you can make it there, you can make it anywhere. So says the song, right? I could argue that football-wise, this city is starved for a star. Like, have they had one really since, I don't know, I guess I could argue Odell Beckham Jr., because Eli, you can call him a star, but I wouldn't say he's a personality per se. But yeah, it's a very interesting thing for me to see New York in such a good position and drafting the star or a guy with star potential, being a defensive star, a team that in recent history has Super Bowls thanks to defensive stars. Listen, we could talk about Eli Manning all day and the catch and all that hullabaloo, but we all know, gentlemen, that those Super Bowls were brought in by Michael Strahan, Justin Tuck, that group up front. And the New York fans are well aware of that too, I'm sure. The Giants, at least, right? I can't speak so much for the Jets and success, but with all that in mind, that certainly has to set the table for that new star to be born. Bill, I love that point that you're bringing in here, and as I'm excited about the point that you guys are making. It's go ahead and transition to something that's a little bit less exciting, and that is the Tampa Bay Buccaneers competition in the NFC South. Oh my God! I can make a strong argument that the Panthers. The only reason why they're in more trouble than let's say the Texans is because they play with a team that is the defending conference runner-up, right? We do have the Carolina pick in here that we'll be hearing about any moment, but for your money, I mean, the Panthers are certainly in that, just player available conversation, and yet we're hearing a lot of talk about quarterbacks, right? One on our very own panel, two, if you count the great and powerful Jordan, our producer as well, seeing this being a Kenny Pickett pick.
Well, if it is Kenny Pickett, then it means that you're moving on from a black Teddy Bridgewater to a white Teddy Bridgewater. So enjoy it. If that's what you're into. I mean, I guess everyone has a type. If you really watched very carefully Kenny Pickett, efficient, accurate, intelligent. But he's a guy that watches bad weather games.
Yes.
I particularly studied very hard the University of North Carolina game because I got to see both quarterbacks in the same environment, and I got to see Sam Howell be sort of inconsistent earlier and then play really well down the stretch as the wind picked up and it started to rain, the weather got bad. Then I got Kenny Pickett killing Carolina in the first half. And then early in the third quarter, the weather gets, changes. The wind picks up. It gets rainy. And I saw him lose zip on his passes. I saw his accuracy tail off. I saw his effectiveness tail off. I saw him starting to get rattled by the pass rush that he had not been worried about earlier in the game. If Kenny Pickett is not playing in the right conditions, he's not the same quarterback. I mean, just factually speaking, he goes from being incredibly efficient, incredibly effective, to a more middling quarterback at the collegiate level. And when you add in the extra uptick in everything moving faster and more talent on the field and more complexity at work, it's easy to see that unless he's in an ideal situation, by I also mean like in a dome, ideally, I wonder if you won't have some games where he inexplicably drops off tremendously based on weather, because his bad weather games, he's not the same quarterback.
Yeah, and I think what you're looking at, if there's a situation that suits that, one of them is Carolina. You talk about it, they play in NFC South, so Carolina weather most of the year, pretty warm, pretty temperable, right? Florida weather in Tampa Bay, right, when they got to come down to Tampa Bay. Two dome teams in the division in Atlanta and New Orleans. So inside of the division, he's contained. Outside of the division, you got to worry when he goes to other places. Minnesota, not really Minnesota, they're in a dome as well, but places like
if they ever play Chicago,
definitely Chicago, Green Bay, anywhere in the Northeast, because Northeast doesn't have domes, right? So you don't want to be there November, December. Right? You're going to face some tough weather, some tough winds. Okay, so I think when you look at it, it's one of the better situations for him. If you think of the young receivers that they have, you think of the running back, if he ever stays healthy, what he gives Kenny Pickett, right? Because Kenny Pickett will check down. and he will use that running back. So we expect McCaffrey to get the ball. The question is, can McCaffrey stay healthy? And if the Panthers are smart, if they do take Pickett here, all right, and they're announcing the selection now, if they do take Pickett, you better take a back similar to McCaffrey later in the draft. So if McCaffrey is out, you don't lose that dynamic. And it is Ike Ekwonu. So one of the tackles goes off the board.
So hey, that's I can make an argument that that's a huge need for what they're doing too.
Yes.
And say what you. I'll put it this way.
And they like Darnold more than other people like Darnold. Let's not forget that.
Right. And I think better protection only increases his chances of success. It's obvious that the Panthers, if Darnold doesn't produce this year, the Panthers are going to wait till the next draft. There's plenty of teams that are probably having that very same conversation with themselves. It's the reason why, Pickett and Willis are both on the board. They think they could do better in the next draft. They think they could do better getting best available. I think, too, you mentioned a situation where Pickett might be successful. I think a situation where he's not asked to throw the ball a lot. Let's say just off, not that this will happen, but let's say Tennessee, for whatever reason, has Pickett fall to him. Them picking up Pickett to find somebody who doesn't fold in the big situations like Ryan Tannehill did in the playoffs this past year, who might be somebody that's not asked to do a lot, where accuracy is going to be his job, where he'll be basically cradled by a run game that's going to do the heavy lifting for that offense, I think makes a ton of sense as well. But I'll put it this way. By the way, apologies to the great and powerful Jordan. Unfortunately, Kenny Pickett at 6 did not manifest.
Yes. Unfortunately, it's time for the great and powerful Jordan to suck it.
We will give you virtual hugs off air after the draft. However, the piece I would have been interested in too, if they draft Malik Willis, that would have been them trying to replace Cam, and then that all gets awkward and all that other stuff too. I don't dislike this pick going to the offensive tackle. And that in mind, with the Giants on the clock here, about less than 5 minutes here by my count, do they get the other remaining big name tackle? Are we seeing Evan Neal come off the board here, fellas?
I would be very surprised if they don't take Neal, yes.
Yeah, I think it's your pick here. I think when you look at it, the other competition we always talked about for that pick at tackle is all off the board. You got Thibodeau already. Gardner's gone. Stingley's gone. Hutchinson's gone. All of those rushes. Walker's gone. So right now, you look at it, the guys we're talking about the receivers that are on the board. I don't think they like any of those receivers better than the tackle. I don't think they have any other pass rushers ahead of that tackle. So Evan Neal comes off the board to me at this pick.
Yeah, and even talking to Giants analysts, Giants fans, they want the O-line. Boss man Joe agrees. The Giants have to go O-line here, right? Like, I can make a strong argument. They haven't had great protection since those Super Bowl years.
Yeah.
When your quarterback is Eli Manning, well, that forces him to retire, as he was going to do. He played a long time anyway. Daniel Jones, as mobile as he is, I would love to see a bit more protection. Saquon Barkley has faced injury problems, all that sort of thing. And listen, the more protection that you get to the quarterback, the more openings you can, the holes you can open for Saquon Barkley. That's obviously a win for the offense all the way around. Now, as the great and wise James Jones said to me when I was talking to him about the Super Bowl in LA, he said something about the conversation where the Bengals should have taken an O-lineman and not Jamar Chase. Well, obviously that's a mistake, but the point he made to me was one offensive line isn't going to fix an entire line. So that's also a factor here too. Are the Giants in so much trouble on the offensive line that they go a different direction, that they beef up another part and try to do some stuff somewhere else in the in other areas of the draft to try to, I don't know, bring in an experienced guy or something? That's obviously a tinfoil hat I don't wish to wear. I think Evan Neal is the pick here. But do you see that happening? And if so, who would it be? Who's the next best option for New York here?
If for some reason, and I do believe they will go offensive line, I do believe it'll be Neal, and it could be Cross as well. But I think they have Neal rated higher on their board. I think if they don't do that, it'd be a slightly reachy situation, but they might essentially say we have a chance to turn our pass rush into an unstoppable killing machine by reaching a little bit for Jermaine Johnson And I don't think that's what happens, but it's not out of the realm of possibility. Could they go wide receiver? It's not out of the realm of possibility. I don't think that will happen, but it's not. I can't dismiss it entirely. I think
they could use weapons. That's true.
They could use everything, as we just pointed out. And some people think they can use a quarterback. I don't think that's what happens either, but some people have already lost patience with young Daniel Jones. I think he was overdrafted anyway. He's a guy that got pushed up the board once again.
Sure.
To once again requote Brian Billick, need is a terrible evaluator of talent. And so a player who probably should have gone in the early second goes early in the first, right? Because teams panic. But yes, I think it's up in the air.
Yeah. Go ahead, Jeff.
You are correct.
Oh, it's official.
It's official.
Snap.
It's official.
You gotta love. So with that in mind, gentlemen, is it a situation here where now things begin to open up? I mean, we went 5 picks, gentlemen, with defense. The first offensive player off the board at 6 is a tackle. And by the way, somewhere in there, you got back-to-back corners. Ooh, this is the worst mock ever. Wait, what? This is actually happening? Oh, good God. Rooms are scrambling right now, right?
Well, but it's the smart reading, right? They're reading this draft. Most teams are reading this draft correctly. You can wait on wide receiver because there's so many receivers. And you should wait on quarterback because none of these quarterbacks should go this early. So they're actually doing that part right? I want to give them credit for that. I think both of those corners are going to be day one starters with all-pro potential. When you get day one starters with all-pro potential, you should take them.
Correct.
And especially if your team needs everything. And the offensive linemen, particularly those top tier tackles, those guys don't come along all that often, right? Guys who are that level of athlete and that size, to once again go back Parcells' planet theory, right? There's only a handful of people on the planet who are that size who move like that. You can't find them later generally, so you take them when you can get them. Mm-hmm. I like almost all of these picks, and with the exception a little bit of Walker, and I don't dislike him as a player. I start liking him a little later in the draft. I don't like him 1 overall. That's the only thing that I have a problem with is how early he went off the board.
I'll say this as someone who's covered the Jags build, they made a need pick, not a talent pick with that for certain.
But it wasn't even a need because if it was a need, you would have taken the highest rated pass rusher. They took the player that they felt most comfortable with, but.
Let me correct that, Jeff. As far as interior defensive lineman, that's the need I'm pointing to.
Well, he's not even an interior defensive lineman. He is on a pass rushing down. Overall, you're not going to on first and second down. He's playing outside. He's playing on the edge. And when you look at it, like he's just, he just doesn't really fit that level of pick. But I think overall. I think we're probably going to see our first wide receiver come off the board here. By the way,
right?
That's my pick here.
Much to Matt Ryan's chagrin.
Yes. Well, they gave him plenty. They drafted Julio, they drafted Ridley, they drafted all these receivers, and then you can't fix the rest of the house while you're fixing the receiving core, apparently. So I think overall, though, the Walker pick set up this kind of crazy run we've had. But the beautiful thing is you've seen the run on edge rushes early. You've seen the run on the top 2 corners early. All right. So now you're going to start to see the run on tackles. We've seen that already. All right. So back-to-back tackles. There's probably going to be another tackle comes off the board soon. If somebody's going to reach for another one of those edge rushers and pull them to the top 10, that's where we talk about Jermaine Johnson getting pulled into the top 10. Right. All right.
Which on your board, he is top.
Yeah, I believe it's the Jets.
Correct.
Yeah. So if this, because once again, those top 3 went early. That's what we were waiting on. Okay, the top 3 pass rushes, right? But it's pushing receivers down. We said somebody was going to fall, right? Which ones are falling down? It's the receivers have gotten pushed down. Okay, so the receiver group. When we get to the teens, let's see if there's a run there on receivers. Let's see if there's a run on corners. Okay, because you got to have the guys to cover them. All right, and you've already got 2 of the top ones gone. So there's going to be start the fights, and I think that's where you talk about trades. I think that's where the trades start to come in.
Right.
You need that guy that's going to be able to contribute and start for you right away. You're going to have to move up to get that corner now because they started going off the board early.
Bossman Joe makes an interesting question here with the tackles off the board, because a small part of me wanted to see Evan Neal go to the Seahawks, or you even have Cross.
I have Cross in
Bill.
there.
Yeah, I would love to see an offensive tackle go there, just so for the next 4 or 5 years, when I talk about Russell Carrington Wilson and what he's doing in Denver, he's doing it because he's angry and ticked off that the Seahawks finally got a bleeding offensive tackle ever since Porkchop left. Okay.
Yeah.
The hilarity in that alone as a show host would be worth the story. But Bossman Joe Cardozo steps in. He's talking about the possibility of maybe Seattle going quarterback. Now, a lot of the scuttlebutt there is maybe trades for Baker Mayfield at some point. I don't know how any of that looks, but quarterback to Seattle, I mean, for my money, the better air quotes fit has to be Malik Willis, right?
Well, here's the reason I don't think that happens.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes human elements play into the equation. You want to guess how old Pete Carroll is? You want to take a stab?
He's in his late 60s, I believe. I'm going to say 68.
He turns 70 during this next upcoming season.
Oh, dang.
I don't think he's in the mood to groom a young quarterback. I think he realizes that his time is drawing nigh, and I think he wants to get this thing back on the road. I think I could see them making a trade for a somewhat established starter, a young veteran, and I could see them, doing some other things, but I don't think they're taking a young quarterback this early.
Well, gentlemen, it would appear your prediction's correct. We have our first receiver off the board in USC's Drake London. Talk to me, guys. What do you think?
It's a great fit because they haven't had a receiver like him in a while, right? I mean, Julio Jones was a big guy, but he was a speed guy. This is a wall you off, jump ball receiver, but also he's better after the catch than people realize. When I see people throwing out Alshon Jeffrey comparisons, and I get some of that, but Alshon Jeffrey was never after the catch. Never after the catch what this guy was. Once again, I said, my first notes on him, back when he was still a sophomore, was Mike Evans at 33 in the third. Mike Evans also was a terrific basketball prospect when he was in high school. Didn't play college basketball like Drake London did for 2 years. But Drake London is a guy that has tremendous body control, great hands, a little better athlete than people. I hear people calling him slow. He's not a speedster, but I don't think he's slow. And he's, like I said, a slower version, in my mind, of Mike Evans. Right. And I think that he's going to make an immediate impact. I think he's going to probably be the Z right away. But he's a guy also that could go into the power slot role. And, yes, congratulations to Drake. And I'm a big fan of London. I had him as my receiver 3, but I'm a huge fan, and I think he's going to have a great NFL career.
And it's interesting, Jeff. Let me swing this to you. Your coaching eyes. I have to say, Bill here said it. I've heard it said elsewhere that you see Drake here likely being a Z alongside of a speed guy, a speed tight end like Kyle Pitts, who they got last year. I mean, while Matt Ryan will probably be on his back a lot again, you got to dig that duo out in space, yeah?
Yeah, well, you look at what they're doing with Atlanta, all right? You have Pitts, you have now London, and there's going to be more receivers to come because that receiver room got pretty cleared out, and Calvin Ridley showed himself the door by gambling on games. So you don't have any receivers. You got to get the best receiver in this draft. They feel is Drake London. I had Chris Olave at the top of my board, but overall, I think when you talk about it, he gives you a different skill set than those two guys from Ohio State do. You're talking about that big wide receiver that's going to win the 50-50 ball, that's going to give you the body positioning to fight the defenders off, those bigger corners that are getting drafted now. Okay, so he gives you those extra dimensions plus the breakaway ability. So definitely, when he's healthy, he's one of the best receivers in this class. There's no doubt about it. I had him as my wide receiver 2. Right, I had him over Wilson. I know a lot of people had to think for Garrett Wilson. I think, like I said, to me, and I had Garrett Wilson there because I believed a lot of teams had him, but I didn't expect that they would have him over Wilson. I knew a bunch of other teams had London over Wilson, but overall, he is one of the biggest, most explosive receivers in this class. You have to take that when it's on the board. If that's what's at the top of your board at that pick, you take it, especially because it fills not only a need, but it's definitely improving your roster right away. You got an instant playmaker.
And I like how Bill has constantly quoted Brian Billick with a football adage that need is a horrible evaluator of talent. I love every single moment of that. However, I am going to bring in an adage too that you can't teach size. It's obviously the motivation behind the pick. And I am not in any way slamming Drake London, but for the sake of a little devil's advocacy and conversation here, in today's NFL, it is the speed demon that's been getting the most attention, right? The Tyreek Hills and guys of that sort that have been moving the needle as far as, teams in the AFC progressing high and things like that. Would that be the argument against a Drake London being the top prospect in this particular draft at wide receiver?
Well, the argument against Drake London is that he quote unquote doesn't get separation. But as Drake London pointed himself, I get plenty of separation. It's just vertical, right? When he goes up and jumps and then extends those long arms, those big hands, who's going to cover him? Is there a 6'5" corner that I don't know about? Because unless you have a corner Sauce Gardner, I guess, is your best shot, right? He's 6'3". But there's very few cornerbacks who are both athletic and long that can stay with a guy like Drake London and then jump with him. I mean, he's functionally, right? He's, 6'3" and 7/8 or whatever, but functionally, once he jumps in the air and extends his arms, at that point, I mean, as you saw, he dunks with ease. This is a person who functionally is, almost 7 feet tall in terms of how he plays. He's going to be open, right? So if you need to give your quarterback the answers to the test, right? You're slipping him the answers to the test. Like, this is the cheat. Like, you don't have to know the answers. I'm slipping you the answers to the test. This guy will never really be covered. No one can really cover him. So this is giving that person that easy out. And so when Matt Ryan got moved, right, to Indianapolis, they lost a guy who knew the answers to the test because Matt Ryan was a veteran quarterback with very high level functioning, mentally speaking, of how to run the quarterback position.
Right.
So he knew the answers. You didn't have to feed him the answers. He knew the answers. Well, that guy's gone. He's not coming through the door anymore. So now you have to feed somebody the answers to it. Here's the answer. So that's why you get a guy like Drake London. The other guys are terrific players, but they aren't the same sort of cheating, right? It's not the answer to the test. Olave has to get open, and you have to see him open. You can't miss Drake London, and he doesn't have to be open because he's open. He may not be open horizontally, but he's open vertically.
Go ahead, Jeff.
Just to piggyback on that, and it's not just the vertical, ability to separate. How about just the fact that you talk about that huge frame able to wall off smaller defenders? A lot of the back shoulder throws, crossing patterns where he's able to get that body in front of the ball, in front of the defender, between the football and the defender. All right, that's a large frame for one of these smaller corners to get around, to work around, to try and break up passes. So you talk about it. We talked about it with Chase Claypool a couple of years ago. Now you have that same thing here. Okay, another one of those big 6'4", 6'5" receivers who has the hands and ability to use that frame as a weapon, just like he does his athleticism.
Yeah, no, and it's funny, you guys are making these conversations about size and his ability to get loose and then go up. Like, what I'm hearing isn't receiver, it's some of these tight ends that were a big deal in the day, right? The Jimmy Grahams, the Antonio Gates, the heck, I could even go Gronk here if he was, another 30, 40 pounds heavier, right? Guys that rely more on that wingspan concept, that body concept for their separation. It's a good point. And then actually, if Drake London was the guy himself who pointed that out, I'm going to give him bonus points for game intelligence, if that's how he described it. And you listen, having a smart receiver who knows how the right time to zig instead of zag and can get that mental capacity to read what the quarterback might see, that's invaluable too. Please see, just as examples, the relationship between Tom Brady and Wes Welker or Edelman, that kind of thing. If you can get that kind of stuff down, Now, not only have you handed in the answers to the test to the guy taking the test, you have somebody who's done it convincingly, so you can tell the player isn't cheating. And now Seattle's put their pick in. I can officially make jokes for the next year. Offensive tackle, the pick, Charles Cross of Mississippi State. Russell Wilson, ironically, the reason why the Seahawks can even pick here, due to the trade with the Broncos, now they get the thing he's been griping for how long?
Yes.
I am laughing.
Yes.
God, please go ahead and talk so I can get some giggles in.
This is indeed what I predicted would happen, but more importantly, it's what needed to happen, right? And yes, it is the classic, the ship arriving too late to save the drowning witch or whatever. But you needed this, right? It is best player on the board. It's everything aligned, right? Best player on the board and need, boom, right? Matched. He's going to come out there and give them the best. I mean, since the Okung days, right? The best option for them at that position. He's nimble. He's powerful. He has a really good understanding of how deep to make his pass sets, right? Because some guys, if they're not athletic enough, they try to make up for it by oversetting, and other guys, the sets are a little too shallow. There's a lot of things that you are an old offensive lineman. You know this better than most. People look at the offensive line play and don't realize, one, how technical it is. It's probably in terms of having to be correct, maybe the position that requires the most exacting, refining of your technique to be good, right? Because
thank you for that respect, by the way.
It just toss you out there and say rush the passer. No matter how athletic you are at tackle, they can't just say, "Oh, go out there and just block Von Miller." If you don't have good technique, no matter how athletic you are, it's going to be ugly. So,
yeah, exactly.
But he's got it. I mean, that's the thing about Cross. He's got it, right? They threw the ball basically all the time. They can throw the ball getting off the bus. They throw the ball going to the locker room. They throw the ball in the bathroom. They throw the ball getting back on the bus. So he has pass protected more than probably, I bet he leads all tackles in this class in actual pass sets. Because they ran the ball as a trick play, basically, at Mississippi State. So, yes, he knows how to pass protect people. That's a great pick.
Yeah, and we saw it. The bigger, more physical tackles went early, and here comes the technician to clean up. And you've had that big run. So now it's about that next group of tackles, the Rymans, the Pennings, all right? That group of guys are all going to see now when are the people who are going to fight over them? Are they going to fall now while other positions start to come up the board? So overall, and the Jets' second pick is in. So we're going to see, this is going to be the interesting one here, all right? So this is going to be the point of the draft where, okay, you've had a couple of runs already. The edge rushers went, the corners went, the tackles went, right? You had your first wide receiver come off. We haven't had the run at receiver yet. Okay. There's still another wave of tackles out there. We haven't seen any of the guards or D tackles go. So the big interior guys are still on the board altogether, the top ones and the mid-range. So you have a lot of talent still on this board, and it's about time for some of these teams to start fighting over it. Who's going to be there when I want them? Right? If I'm a tackle-needy team, I'm starting to get nervous because all three of those tackles went top 10. Now I have a whole nother 20-plus picks to worry about, maybe 2 or 3 tackles left that may fit what I want to do. And I'm going to wind up either reaching for one if I hold on, if those guys that I really want aren't there, or I'm going to have to go with another position or trade back. But I think that's where the decisions start to come in. Which teams are going to trade out because what they want is not there, the value isn't there for the pick that they have, and which teams are going to come up and say, we got to get it because plain and simple, we can't trust what we're going to get in the next round.
Gentlemen, let me get in really quick before we see that pick officially. I'm going to come up with my next conspiracy theory. They get Kyle Hamilton to further shore up their secondary. Let's see what happens.
All right.
Let's see what happens. That's what I'm going with. I like the defense of giving Zach Wilson a weapon, sure, but frankly, to be honest, I think they've decided. Let's put it this way: with my evaluation of Zach Wilson as it was when he was drafted, he should not have been drafted to the Jets. I didn't think that was a good pick last year. But hey, what do I know? I'm not the one getting paid to make the picks, right? But heck, you guys are the ones that are known for analyzing them. I'm just the student of the game. But in my mind, if you want to have any sort of success with him, getting him a weapon makes sense. But if you're still thinking that you're going to focus on offense next year and this is part of the process, it makes sense to shore up that defense if you're still expecting mistakes to be made. And if you've committed to the corner position, why not have a good quarterback to your defense be something that's a priority?
Yeah. My guess was Kyle Hamilton. We'll see if I'm right.
We are all wrong because it's Garrett Wilson.
Oh,
well, okay, there we go. Weapons. That's what they. Yeah, I mean, and to your point, a lot of guys, Jeff, had Garrett Wilson as their top receiver on the board. The Jets need a weapon for Zach Wilson to have any hope, and there you go. Greg seems to think that he was the safe choice, and hey, with the way he's fallen, right? He's the top as the top receiver on some boards. He's fallen in a situation to where the Jets have him at a 10 pick. They gotta be happy with what they come away with overall, right?
Yeah. I mean,
he reminds me a little bit of Isaac Bruce. A guy that's a little slender, but very, very quick in and out of his breaks, can pull away from people in the open field, has really good concentration, and is a good route running technician as well. Has a certain amount of route deception, and I think he's a guy who could be a number one or could fit into a situation sort of like a 1A, 1B, sort of like the Rams had with putting both Woods and Kupp in sort of almost equal timeshare. Now, obviously, he might get a chance to be the man in a place like New York, and if they can, hammer out a few more things in the rest of their offense. But he has a lot of potential, a lot of talent.
Absolutely. So, gentlemen, with the Red Tails, I'm sorry. I'm still annoyed by missed opportunities in Washington with the Commanders.
Yeah, I wrote a whole article about that. For them, it was a intellectual property thing that kept them getting the Red Tails name. But I wrote an article about other names they could have had, including the Dukes, right? Celebrate Ellington, one of the great DC natives, and of course, maybe America's greatest jazz composer. I have a whole thing about it. We'll talk about it later. Sorry, go ahead. Football time.
No, please. I'd love to read it, Bill. Thank you. And other people may as well. If they would, I don't know where they'd find it. Shout it out real quick. Where would they find
it? You can find it on, soon you can see it on Nuts and Bolts Sports in a reduced version. There's a longer version because I overwrite that you can find on around the block. But I'll reduce it down and do a shorter version for Nuts and Bolts as well, which is just sort of more like a bullet points thing as opposed to taking through the whole history of black people in Washington D.C. that in the other article.
The abridged, got it. In your case, Jeff, you had the Commanders taking an offensive tackle on your mock. Cross is off the board, 2 picks ahead of this. In your mind then, sir, what direction do you see Washington going?
Well, we know the Washington direction now. They have traded out of the pick, and the Saints have moved up.
There you
go. So, that's the direction they decided to take. They didn't want the player at this position. They felt that the value wasn't there. We got an offer that's worth it, so they traded back. So give credit to Washington.
Yeah.
We talked about it. Somebody at this point in the draft was going to start to say the value's not there. Let's fall back, and we'll come back later.
This could be Chris Olave.
And honestly, it probably is, because if you're talking about the wide receivers, they was a start to get a little mini run at 1 at 8, 1 at 10, right? And honestly, Chris Olave, even if New Orleans has their picks, he doesn't make it past Baltimore. To me,
no,
he doesn't make it past.
I don't think he makes it to Baltimore. But
I don't think he makes it to Baltimore either. The way this has been going, but he doesn't make it past Baltimore,
right?
Yeah, he doesn't make it past Baltimore. So they know they had to make a move if they really wanted Olave. So the question is, I want to see the trade value on this. I want to see the trade. So we get our value chart ready. So
yes,
as soon
as we love the chart.
Yes.
See, this is why he's the Miyagi of this group. He's got chart Danielson, chart Kyle-san, and with all that in mind, So if Olave is the target, I see the point you gentlemen are making, that as somebody as a franchise who's going to target that weapon, they've seen the other 2 receivers who are predicted to be higher already off the board. It makes sense to jump to that spot. Maybe they too believe that Olave does not get past Baltimore. And so the Saints jump in, they make the trade. All that happens here. And guys, listen, if you are bringing in one Jameis Winston, which it looks like so far, as your starting quarterback, you need weapons there too. And granted, he had a ton of weapons in his day in Tampa Bay that I mentioned. But it could only help his chances if he has more weapons on the field. Even with Sean Payton not there, what their identity as a team is something we haven't yet seen on a field yet during the regular season. Obviously, we can speculate, based on coach's history, things like that, on what they're going to do. But that's still something that's being formulated at this point. Again, only more weapons can be helpful. It's weird. We live in a world now where I can make a very strong argument going into the season that the Saints defense was the featured group on this team. Hey, what do I know? Yeah, I mean, listen, I used to say of the Saints, like they have a what I would call a prom date defense is, they were a prom date team, is they could always score and they wouldn't stop anyone from doing it. Yeah. So at the end of the day, them going offense here to kind of beat themselves up to try to return to some semblance of productivity on that side of the ball makes a ton of sense in my mind. If it's not Olave, Bill, I'll ask you, who do you think it is?
Well, if they do go defense, it could be Jermaine Johnson. If they don't go wide receiver and they stay on offense, it's a little early to me for any of the other tackles. Ryman's an interesting prospect, but he's an older prospect. And Penning isn't out of the question, but it seems like a little early to me too for him. I mean, Linderbaum, they've kind of already taken care of that position with Ruiz. I think it's Olave. Like I'm having trouble imagining who the heck else it could be. I mean, I can't see them getting a quarterback here because I do think they really do believe in Jameis. So, I mean, I'm really stuck on Olave, quite frankly. Yeah. Could it be one of the linebackers like Devin Lloyd? I guess it's not impossible. I don't think it's Nakobe Dean. Karlaftis, it's probably a little early for Karlaftis, but not way early. I really think it's Chris Olave. I'll be not shocked, but very surprised if it's not Olave.
All right. So the details on this trade were the Commanders are trading pick 11 for the Saints picks 16 in the first, 98, which is the second overall in the fourth, and pick 120, which is the 24th pick in the fourth as well. Overall, this was a desperation trade. Okay, the Washington wanted out of this pick because it leans towards the Saints' favor. They gave up less than the value of the pick. All right, so overall the pick was worth $1,250. They only gave up $1,150. So overall, they left the picks on the table. They could have gotten extra picks. They were giving up extra picks in this case if Washington really wanted to hold them to it. I think Washington wanted out of this pick and they went backwards. So give credit to the Saints for taking advantage of the fact they wanted to move up. They gave up some decent picks. They didn't really give up too much, especially because there's only a 250-point value difference between 11 and 16. And they gave up 2 fourth-rounders, which they really should have given up more. So give them credit.
And to that point, gentlemen, let me add this fact too. Like, we're dropping opinions in here tonight. We could come to find out that some picks made tonight are actually bleeding brilliant based on what they do later, right? Yeah. So they could have a lot of things that make sense later. Links. Oh, well, they didn't get so and so probably because they didn't value this guy at this spot. But on day 3, they did have somebody at that position that was of value there too. So obviously, they talk about 3 years for a player to be determined to bust or not. In this case, even within a draft itself, we do obviously have 2 more nights, but it's more fun to talk about right now on the spot, right? And not to mention, hey, over 3 days, I'm not wearing a shirt and tie like this. You're out of your mind. No, but I like the fact you pointed out that the Commanders are trying to get out of the pick. But hey, 100 points in my mind, not necessarily a huge deal, versus being locked into a pick that you're reaching for. And I don't mean to steal from nor beat the dead horse that Bill was talking about earlier with the Christian Ponders of the world, or the E.J. Manuels of the world, for example. But those are things that come to mind too. You certainly don't want that to happen. So hey, 100 points here or there, not really a big deal. Oh my gosh, battling away Hey, the shirt's the wrong color. That's my only beef with that.
and
Awesome.
I'm more of a dog guy than a cat guy, but that's all right. I haven't had cat-like reflexes in years.
At the end of the day, it's just showing your refined palate in this draft. Cats are far more discerning, so in that case,
that indeed.
So that's what I'll link it to. But so yeah, as far as that, going back to 16. Who do you think the Commanders might be targeting there? Let's get some conspiracy theories on that while we wait for the Saints pick to come here.
So at that point, if somehow Jermaine Johnson makes it to them, which I don't think he would, but they would jump all over that because you can never have too many pass rushers. It's a position that's a very high exertion position. So even if you have 4 excellent pass rushers, you could use 5, right? If you have 3, you use 4. If you have 5, you use 6. Because those guys have to be spelled because it takes so much out of you. I think that they could take one of the linebackers at that point as well. I think that it's not out of the question that in that next tier of corners, if you take a guy like Trent McDuffie too early, you don't feel great about it. But if you get him at 16, you feel pretty good about it.
Yeah.
I think that they would also consider possibly even an interior offensive lineman like Tyler Lindenbaum is at least in consideration. And then the last thing I'll talk about is receiver. I would not be shocked at all if they took one of the receivers. Jameson Williams could go there. I think that they could consider even a guy like Treylon Burks. So, yeah, any of that next tier of receivers. Yeah, we were all right. It was Olave.
I was about to say, yeah, next tier is the correct conversation. Chris Olave, a New Orleans Saint. And, hey, listen, everything that we were talking about, that's a weapon. We're talking about smooth route runner, speedy and explosive here being listed in the strengths. I'm not saying you're expecting necessarily a Tyreek Hill, but this is the kind of guy that NFL people are looking at in general when they're talking football and they're talking a guy that can move, that can make a difference for a team's offense.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, my comparison for him was Robert Woods with a nitrous oxide bottle. Like that, he has that second gear. I like Woods a lot, but Woods can't hit that gear where you just pull away from everybody. There's games against good teams where Olave hits it and people are just being left behind, right? Mm-hmm. There's a lot to like. And I know Garrett Wilson got him by that much in the Combine 40, but watch the two of them play. And Wilson's a good athlete, don't get me wrong, but Olave plays faster.
Yeah.
His acceleration is just more immediate.
And Bill, let me cut in and interrupt you. Do we have a trade here?
Yes, we do. Detroit has traded up.
Yep.
Detroit has traded up.
Yeah, so the Lions have, they've traded up, like you said, and I think their pick is already in. Go ahead, Jeff. Keep going.
So when you talk about Chris Olave, you're talking about the route running ability. First of all, he can route you to death. Okay, so he's one of those guys who can get in and out of his breaks. He's going to mix up his releases. He's going to be able to hide and disguise his routes a lot better than some of the guys in this draft. But there's a guy who does it not just on short throws and intermediate throws, but he does it on deep throws. The ability to separate with the route first, speed second on his deep throws is what makes him so effective. You talk about a guy who's played with 3 different quarterbacks at Ohio State and been effective with every one of them. This is why he was my wide receiver number 1, because this guy produced year in, year out at Ohio State at prime levels and was legitimately one of the top receivers in college football. And it just didn't, there was no fall off in any year. I think the only thing you had was a slight decrease in numbers because you had an increase from Garrett Wilson and Smith and Jogba. All right, had bigger numbers this year. So his numbers kind of got spread to the other 2 receivers. It wasn't like he was the only guy who was falling off. His numbers got spread out because the ball got spread out. But overall, his production vertically, intermediate, and underneath were all absolutely amazing, and they didn't really have any fall off as far as quality of production.
That's a great point you make, especially the points I've been making about Jameis Winston slinging the ball there in NOLA. If Olave can produce with anybody, hey man, if you can make it there, you can make it anywhere, right? And it's not even New York. So the Lions here moving up. What do you guys think they're seeing here?
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Bill. You can start this one off.
Either they saw that the last chance to get one of the really, really, to them, top-tier pass rushers was about to evaporate, right? And they're looking at Jermaine Johnson thinking, if we don't get him here, we won't get another chance at a guy who's that ready to produce right out of the box as a pass rusher. I mean, they could be interested in one of the receivers, but this is a deep receiver class. I don't see the move being receiver there. Could they be looking for one of the quarterbacks? I don't think so, but I can't rule that out. If they're in love with a guy like Malik Willis, I could see them maybe pulling the trigger on that deal to get him. But I just don't think I think it's probably Jermaine Johnson. That's
okay. So I'm just going to jump in real quick. So, yes, the Lions are traded up. Also, right, the Eagles traded up as well. So the Eagles,
as predicted.
The Eagles they jumped ahead of Baltimore. So something Baltimore wants, they had to get ahead of Baltimore.
Yep.
So the Eagles traded with the Texans as well. Okay.
Yes, the Texans fell backwards.
Okay. So
which makes sense because the Texans are not one player away, or two players away, or three.
I'm still waiting for the details on the trade so I can tell you the values.
Yeah, 12 and 46 are being sent to the Vikings, and the Vikings are sending 32, 66, and 34.
So with that in play, gentlemen, let's go back to the Lions here for a minute. You mentioned the possibility of there being a quarterback or them trying to find weapons. Listen, Jared Goff is your quarterback. Finding weapons for him to sling to is not a bad plan. But then you could scoff at Goff and be all like, what you talking about, Willis? And then bring in Malik Willis. Or maybe they'll say, what you talking about, Willis? And bring in Kenny Pickett. Who knows? Me, I'm just trying to make bad puns. What I'm trying to say is this. Also, they do face Aaron Charles Rodgers twice a year. It makes a ton of sense if they're thinking defense. And actually, they have a pick in Jameson Williams at wide receiver.
Here's the run-on receiver we were talking about, right? So, all right, we talked about the class. You said this is one of the most talented receiver classes. People are going to be fighting over it all night. Teams obviously felt they weren't going to be able to get these guys in the later teens. They weren't going to be able to get these guys in the early 20s. Make whatever move you got to do to get them now. Jameson Williams is not going to be playing for at least 6-7 games this year. Okay, that's almost half the season. They made a move to go get him. All right, so we know about him. He was considered one of the top receivers in this class for a reason. Okay, another one of these Alabama receivers. I compare him to Calvin Ridley. So you talk about the skill set. Guy that's, once again, excellent route runner. Will leave a DB in his boots if he's not pressing him. All right, he's also one of those guys that's very explosive down the football field. Teams want explosive down the football field. They want to be able to stretch the football offensively. And what you're seeing with him, if he's healthy, he definitely was one of the top 3 or 4 receivers in his class. So give him credit. They wanted him. They knew they weren't going to be able to hang around and get him later. Despite the injury, he was still going to go higher. So give him credit for Detroit going up and saying, we're going to add that receiver now. I had him taking somebody probably in the back end of the first, but no, they jumped all the way up. Yeah, they jumped all the way up to 12. They said, we're not waiting. We see how this receiver class is going. Let's go get him.
I mean, you've mentioned see, he is a dog person. The great and powerful Jordan has spoken. He is a dog person.
Done.
That's right.
Well done. That's quality.
With all that in mind, like you mentioned some of his traits and stuff, but even over and above, like you mentioned, he's only played so many games and the injuries a factor in all this. What is it that you see in Williams, Jeff, that could have got him to jump 20 picks in the first round?
Because you're not going to find another receiver like him later in the draft. It was one thing because of the injury. We had people had him falling because of the injury. If he's going to miss games, the other guys are going to go first, and he's going to come in later in the first, maybe, and get off the board. But because you're seeing teams have now put a premium on it. Everybody, first you saw the Jets say, okay, you know what? No, we're taking receiver now at 10. Then you saw, all right, well, I'm going to start making my move. So the Saints move up, get Olave. Or the Saints are moving. Well, we better move now if we want Williams, because he's not going to be there at 20. He's not going to be there at 16. So they had to make an aggressive move. Give Detroit credit. We always beat the Lions up for a lot of the moves that they make. Well, here's a time where they had a chance to pick early and pick late in the round. They said, we're not going to get what we want late in the round. Let's go get it now because we want to get better a lot faster than we would if we would just actually sit there and take what we got.
That's right. Dan Campbell in that front office went ahead and bit off the other team's knees before they can make that pick before them and take care of it.
Really Flipper Anderson. Guys that I think of when I watch Jamison Williams, I think Flipper Anderson. And so I think the Eagles would get Jermaine Johnson. I think that's why they felt they had to jump ahead of the Ravens.
Yeah, you read my mind there, Bill. I was about to ask you, as the guy who predicted the Eagles would inevitably make a trade here in this first round. You're seeing. I'm sorry. Who did you say you saw them picking?
Well, I didn't. I mean, I'll be shocked if it isn't Jermaine Johnson. I think that's why they felt that they had to move above the Ravens, because the Ravens were not going to let Johnson get past them.
Right. Yeah, and I mean, reading what you're saying, he's the best available at the moment. And we talk about the run on receivers that's happened of late. That's because hey, a lot of the edge rushing types have left early. That part, I think, might be the only thing that is super consistent with what the common thread was here, the chalk picks, if you will. That edge would go early, and even in a lot of cases, it didn't go as early as chalk. I'm just going to call it, as somebody who isn't a draft buff like you guys are, I'm even able to pick out and go, this draft is crazy. If you aren't having fun with this draft, it's a you problem, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to throw it out there.
Yeah. Well, there's certain teams in the back are sitting there happy right now, right? Mm-hmm. Right. So we're going to talk about the helmet that's on my shelf over there. You can't see it in this shot, the Dallas Cowboy helmet. They're sitting happy right now because there's a lot of things falling right now that could land to them. A lot of those interior offensive linemen we talked about falling down the board like we talked about. If you're looking at a defensive lineman, some of those interior guys falling down the board. Now, edge rushers are going, so they won't have an edge rusher there that they'll like. But you know what? I know there's a guy that was supposed to be a top 5 pick. It's a safety that's tumbling down the board right now. So that's pushing some of those other safeties and corners down the board. So there are guys falling down the board that's going to make it a lot more favorable for them to sit in that 24 and hang in there and find something good without having to give up too many picks in a year where they need the picks because they lost so much in free agency. So this is going to be a year for a team like them, a year for the Cardinals, who are fighting over money with free agents. They let one of their top pass rushers go because of money. Well, you're going to find some guys in the back end of this draft that are going to help your roster, right? And especially in this first round, because there are guys falling down the board that could still fit a need, but are best player available. You rarely get that in the back end of rounds.
Yeah, sending 15, 124, 162, and 166 for the 13th pick. So they're swapping obviously the first, and then sending 124, 162, and 166.
So again, right, we make sure you get the shot up there. Jeff's going back to the calculation on the chart. There we go. Thank you, Jordan.
That's my favorite thing so far I've seen.
That's even more fun than White Teddy Bridgewater? I'm just asking.
You like that? You enjoyed that? That's my gift to you.
There you go. What can we say, gentlemen? I got nothing else I can add comedy-wise with that. So let me get back on track here and try to be a little bit serious. So Philly here, we're talking about them adding more weapons somewhere. There's just a lot of directions they could go. What do you got, Jeff?
That's fair value. That trade is fair value.
Oh, hey, there you go. So they went by the numbers. I can see, to the point made, Houston, trading back. They need picks, right? That's what was it that I think you went? They're more than 3 away at least.
Yeah, they're not 1 away. They're not 2 away. They're going to need some. They're going to need a lot of picks. Yes.
Cue to LeBron snip of not 1, not 2, not 3.
Exactly.
You can keep counting. Jeff. Keep counting.
And by the way, of note, also 2 picks. No, I didn't. Yeah, no, I read that wrong. Yeah, so that and 3 picks, right? I almost said they were putting picks in next year's draft, but I can't read. So with all that in mind, I mean, I'll put it this way: I feel like Philly is pretty stout in their trenches. Maybe they could use some improvement, but again, I honestly think they're in a best player available situation. However, with as crazy as things have been, is Kyle Hamilton a look here?
He's a look, but I think And if we pull up my mock,
I have it right here, brother. Yeah.
can we pull up my mock?
Oh, yeah. Jordan, sorry. That's for you. Thank you.
Okay. Who do I have the Eagles taking at 15?
You have Jordan Davis.
Jordan Davis. Yeah.
So let's see who the pick is.
It only could be him.
Well, this is going to be a special pick, so this is going to take a while.
Yeah.
All right, listen. Fletcher Cox, their All-Pro, was released and re-signed on a cheaper deal, which means he's at the end of his career. All right, this would be the perfect chance to take a guy you believe is the next guy to be next interior player for you. That's going to be an All-Pro. Jordan Davis is that guy. So this is the perfect range for him. Now, once again, they're jumping ahead of Baltimore. Baltimore could either take, we talked about the edge rusher or Jordan Davis inside. Baltimore had an issue stopping the run last year. So that's one way to fix it is to add that. And there it is, Jordan Davis. Right,
they jumped ahead of them. That's
right. All right. So there it is. All right. So the big man with the motor, all right, going to Philadelphia. Fletcher Cox is eventual replacement. Okay. And the guy to add to that rotation right now, right, in Philadelphia to boost their interior D-line help. Okay. They needed it. They wanted it. They got it. And they gave up enough to go get it.
So the vibe I'm getting is kind of an Ndamukong Suh and Vita Vea feel in Tampa. Is that a good comparison?
Yeah, well, you're going to have three guys in there, right, in the rotation. So you're still going to have Fletcher Cox, right? Hargraves is still there, right? So, and then you have now, Jordan Davis. So whether Jordan Davis is going to be starting, right, or coming in the second part of that rotation, I could expect those three guys to be playing equal snaps inside. All right. And what'll happen is eventually Fletcher Cox gets flexed out of there because what's going to happen is he's the aging veteran. You're going to bring the young guys in once they get their feet in and let those guys become the bedrock of the interior of that defense. So that's where it comes into play. It's going to save them money. It's going to save them money big time on the cap. We talk about it. Is everybody loves to use the draft to save money on the cap. Well, guess what? There's your money saver and an excellent guy that's going to move bodies on the inside when it comes to defensive play.
So now, my 14th overall player looks like he's going to go 14, right? It looks like we're going to see now Jermaine Johnson going to the Ravens.
Yeah.
And that's a great fit.
Right. Yeah. And I was going to say, when it comes to Jordan Davis, Bill, Jeff had the right team, but you only missed the pick by one spot, right? You had Jordan Davis at 12, and Jameson Williams on your spot actually at 13,
right?
As well there too. So hey, maybe this is the shake it up version, but this is how this draft is going. It's getting shook.
What's going on. He's getting shaken, right? He is getting shaken up, and so in Jordan Davis, you obviously are getting planet theory. Back to what we said with Parcells. People that look like him and move like him don't come along very often, and they're very rare. They're very hard to find. Once again, another guy that you're going to have to develop a little bit. He plays a little too high. He lets guys get into his chest too much. When he didn't play with good pad level, he went from being a dominant force to just a big guy, who was not always as dominant as he should have been. But he's going to play probably not a great number of snaps, sort of like he did at Georgia. He's going to get spelled a lot. But you can move him around. He can play some 5. As big as he is, he moves well. So he can play 5. He can play 4-eye. He can play the 3. He can play the nose shade. He can play a bunch of different positions. And he's absolutely ginormous, as we all have talked about. So you're talking about a guy that has the potential to develop as a better interior pass rusher than he's been so far, but immediately gives you tremendous run stuffing and, can push the pocket a little bit, but he's not very developed yet as an interior pass rusher.
And you mentioned the concept too, that he's capable of all the different lineups as a D tackle. If for whatever reason, not that this would happen a lot, but if you have a guy in general who's big enough to play a good nose and also play well as an effective second D tackle, that only makes wild the possibilities of what a defensive coordinator can draw up and do with your guys in different situations. And frankly, that's the kind of thing that can trip up quarterbacks or whatever that are reading whatever on the line. It's certainly a huge thing to do all the way around. But yes, the Ravens pick is in. We're waiting to see that as we're talking all that out. You've mentioned Jermaine Johnson quite a bit, Bill. But Jeff, I'm going to ask.
Think he's in this range. Yeah.
Right.
I'll be shocked if he doesn't go somewhere right around here.
But Jeff, I'm going to ask you off the cuff here. Who is your best available at the moment?
All right. So I'm going to turn around and look at my board here.
I mean, you took the time to put it together. Let's use that.
So I'm looking at my first round grades, and I still have the interior linemen still on the board. The edge rushers are gone. The corners are gone. Kyle Hamilton is my highest graded player on the board right now. The top rated receivers, all my first round receiver grades are gone. So I only had about 14, 15 first round grades, or most of those guys are gone. All right. So at this point, the draft has been going the way it should, with the exception of Kyle Hamilton. Okay. For some reason, who's slipping.
Well, you know the reason.
Well, yeah. Well,
the name is receiver. Yeah, that's what it is.
So
go ahead, Jeff. Yeah.
Well, I expect him to slip. I didn't expect him to get past 13, but the trades made him slip past 13.
I mean, and he plays a position where you feel like you can find that position elsewhere, and he's not a special athlete, right? He's a smart guy. He's a good athlete. He's not a special athlete. No. The guys who have gone were special athletes, right? Yeah. Almost without exception. You're talking about guys that tested in the top 20 or so percentile, and kept things like top 2 or so percentile historically, sometimes over many decades at their position. I mean, Jordan Davis is in the top 2 percentile in the history of defensive tackle testing, right? I mean, we're talking about guys who were super testing athletes, almost all of them. I mean, Jameson Williams didn't get a chance to test, so we'll never know what he would have done, but everyone's assuming he was 4.31 or faster. A lot of it was a sub 4.4. Wilson sub 4.4. So with very few exceptions, we're talking about guys that, in addition to production, gave you tremendous, with the exception of the guy who first overall didn't really give you production, but he had great testing, and people thought you could get him to produce. But everyone else is both production and tremendous athletic ability. When you have Hamilton, you don't have.
So we're talking about Kyle Hamilton. Who goes off the board to Baltimore?
Hey, listen. I want to take my full credit here as the host making that. No, I'm kidding. I feel like the safety position too, and you guys could tell me this as analysts in your own right, far greater than me at the draft. When it comes to the safety position, I feel like I could argue that that's the second toughest position to evaluate, because so much of that position's ability is between the ears, right? It's intangibles. The second time we've used that word tonight. It's the intangible piece, it's the intelligence piece, it's the ability to read. And because there's so many different ways to play the position, 2 of the best safeties in recent history, if not throughout the entire game, were playing at the same time in Troy Polamalu and Evan Reed, and they were so very different in so many ways, and not just the way they wore their hair. Like, there's a lot going on at the safety position that is over and above athleticism, and you're betting on leadership in that situation as much as anything else, right?
The thing about Kyle Hamilton, it's funny because we talked about how people got down on Thibodeau for having like outside interest. Kyle Hamilton has a fantastic podcast. I recommend that you check it out. He's a guy who's got many and varied interests, right? A truly interesting person, like maybe the most interesting first round talent in the draft in terms of just his thoughts and things he thinks about, talks about, and thinks about. And yes, he's a very good football player. Like I said, he didn't test well. Almost none of the Notre Dame guys this year tested well. So I'm not sure what that's about, but he's a guy whose thinking allows him to make up for some of his lack of pure athletic ability. And so I think he's going to be a fine player and a good player. And of course, we talked about the new tight ends in the NFL. That's what gives him value, is he's that guy that can run step for step with George Kittle, and he's not quite as big as George Kittle. He's close, right? He's a guy who's tall enough and long enough and rangy enough that he's going to make plays on the back end. He's a good tackler. He takes the right angle, and he has to, right? Because he doesn't have great makeup speed, but he takes the right angle. He anticipates well. He reads route concepts very well, and thinks the game at a high enough level that he's able, like I said, to make up for the fact he doesn't have blazing speed, but he really, really understands the game, and he really, really wants to be great. He's one of those guys who's going to push himself. He's going to bother his coaching staff to do things that'll make him better. So yeah, I like him a lot, even though I never bought him as a top 5 prospect. This feels more like where he should be.
And I'm going to tell you, you talk about the reason why, and with the safety position, it's changed over the years. The traditional strong safety is no more. It's more of a linebacker safety hybrid now. You have the nickel corner on the field a lot more often. So cornerback has gotten a bigger premium than safety. Right? Very few guys are that deep safety, that quality deep safety. So when you get a guy that's really, really good at being a deep safety, that guy goes high because they just don't make the Ed Reeds anymore. Okay, so you're getting a lot more of the hybrid guys. When you look at him, he's that guy that's going to play over the tight end. So he's going to play like a linebacker in sub packages because he's going to be that big safety that comes down in the box, that helps support the run, that gets to cover the tight ends because he has the size and speed to match up with the big tight ends. And plain and simple, he's going to be used closer to the line of scrimmage where he can stick his nose into play. Okay, but he does have the ability to go over the top and a cover 2 shell and play cover 2 zone, play cover 2 man and support. So, and the Dallas Cowboy fans are upset because Kenyon Green just came off the board. So I didn't, and he's the only guard that I have with a first round grade. All right,
Kenyon Green, yeah, right. And I actually, it's funny you mentioned the Cowboys as well. Bill also had him mocked at 24 to the Cowboys himself. So yes, I see a lot of angry Cowboys fans if both your predictions hold true all the way around. So, with that in mind, looking over here, I'll put it this way, and I was going to make a comment about the Texans and their protection or lack thereof. Like, you're in trouble as a team when you need protection like they do, and you're shopping Laramie Tunsil. That means the front office was your problem. And trust me, as a guy who wrote for the Dolphins Wire in 18 and 19, I knew how important Laramie Tunsil was to that group before they shipped him off. And I also agreed with the trade because of all that the Texans threw at him and drowned it. So really, this pick could be the beginning of the reboot of that offensive line, right?
Yep. And it was just reported also the Ravens did pick up that 23rd pick, sending Hollywood Brown and their 100th pick overall. And I think they're going to use that pick to replace Hollywood Brown.
Yes.
So don't be surprised if
Jahan Dotson.
Yeah, right. Don't be surprised if it's one of those wide receivers that's still available at that point. And getting to the Kenyon Green pick, certain teams do want to still run the football. And you may not be a team that runs the football like, the Dolphins did in the early 1970s, where you're running, the ball to the point where you can have a Super Bowl game where there are only 9 pass attempts. I mean, that probably isn't happening soon. But there are teams that do want to, especially when they have, certain situations want to run the ball well enough that they're not putting the whole load on their quarterback. They're not asking, their protection to hold up as much. So if you have a guy like Kenyon Green who's so great at getting downhill and so good on the move in the run game, and he's a good enough pass protector, don't get me wrong, but where he's most effective, like the wow moments on his tape are all in the run game. He has some wow blocks as a run blocker where you're just, Alabama game, right? Alabama got handled, like putting it, they got straight up handled. And a part of that handling was what Kenyon Green allowed them to do in the run game, because Texas A&M's passing attack was not a super dynamic passing attack. They could throw the ball a little bit, but what they really did, and I think it surprised some people, is how well they ran the ball against Alabama. And Kenyon Green was a big part of that.
So with that, looks like we got the pick in for the Commanders by way of the trade with the Saints. And I'll put it this way also, we mentioned too, it looks like actually, if I'm looking at it correctly, the Cardinals have traded completely out of the first.
Yes, they're out of the first.
Yes.
So, yes.
And that's fair value. You're getting a receiver who was a first-round draft pick, who's been a quality receiver. It's not like he's been a bust. He's been a quality receiver for the Ravens.
Had 1,000 yards receiving last year.
Yeah. So you look at it, they give up the receiver and the third rounder for the 23rd pick. So they get 2 first-round picks now for the Baltimore Ravens. So they see what they want. They know they can come back and replace Hollywood Brown later in this round. And also they have the ability to get him off the books now before you have to pay him.
And to that end point, let's look at it from the Cardinals' point of view as well. Christian Kirk, the former receiver for the Cardinals, now a Jacksonville Jaguar.
Yes.
Probably the way he performed against them at that game. I saw it personally with DeAndre Hopkins only catching 3 balls. The guy who was very prolific in the air was Kirk himself. I'm sure that impressed somebody in that front office to throw the cheddar at Christian Kirk like what happened. That and losing DJ Chark. A series of events that would have led to that signing, regardless of how you feel about it, in my opinion there. But Hollywood Brown may not be as good as Christian Kirk, but I think you have a like player, somebody who will fit in nicely. And at the end of the day, if you got DeAndre Hopkins on the field and a running threat in the backfield, when he's actually committed to doing so, not mentioning any certain playoff games or quarterbacks they're in, right, Kyler Murray? You're in a situation where you could create that space. Go ahead, Jeff.
Yeah, but you also had Hollywood Brown was a 1,000-yard receiver on a team where he was the best receiver. Think about that. So now you send him to Arizona where you have DeAndre Hopkins on one side,
AJ Green
on the opposite side, Zach Ertz as the tight end, and now Hollywood Brown in the slot. And when you want to get really light and take the back off the field, Andy Isabella in the other slot. Okay, so you have a lot of weapons for Kyler Murray there. There's no reason why he shouldn't get his money if you're going to give him all that, unless he just doesn't perform. So that's going to be the true test for Kyler Murray is you got all these weapons now, proven weapons. Right? So it's up to Kyler Murray now to earn that check.
I mean, you mentioned Hollywood Brown as a number 1 for his squad. Hell, buddy, at some point, every receiver on that roster was a number 1 at the spot at the other team. DeAndre Hopkins, obviously. You know, you mentioned Hollywood Brown, AJ Green, obviously of the Bengals at one point. Ertz was a prolific tight end in Philadelphia. Kyler Murray, you're on the clock, sir. Okay, that's all I'm saying about that. Which would explain why the Cardinals might have traded out of the first round. They're going to be in cap hell very soon.
And the run on wide receiver continues. Jahan Dotson to the Commanders. So we talked about the Commanders going wide receiver possibly earlier. Well, they trade back and they get Jahan Dotson out of Penn State, an explosive player. We talk about him. Now, the thing for me is he's very similar to the guy on the opposite side. Both he and McLaurin, very similar play styles. So you thought they would have gotten the bigger receiver, the guy who was the opposite, that 50-50 winner, the guy that's going to use the big body to get those balls down the field. They didn't do that. They brought in more speed, more elusiveness on the outside.
Well, Drake London, I think if Drake London made it to them, they would have taken him there.
Oh, yeah.
I think they would have taken Drake London. But he's not there. So can't draft players that have already been drafted. That's one of the rules I've checked. So
that's called a trade, is it not, Bill?
You can trade for players, but you cannot also draft players that you drafted. I double checked, and it's not allowed. But Jahan Dotson gives you a lot of what you get in a guy like Odell Beckham Jr., right? That body control, that guy who's extremely competitive for the ball, another terrific route runner in a class of really terrific route runners, tracks the ball extremely well. Extremely well. And I think he's going to have a very nice career. And yes, would they have preferred maybe someone slightly larger? Sure. But he plays a little bigger because of his leaping ability, right? I think he had a 36. He had a 36.5 inch vertical. And like I said, times his jumps very well. And there's the peak of Odell Beckham. That ability to snag the ball out away from his body, sometimes even with one hand. And now we have another trade. Because who loves trades more than Harry Rhoadsman? Nobody.
It's funny you use a Harbaugh reference as that trade had just happened for the next trade. I see what you did there, Professor Bell. You did not sneak it past me. But I'll put it this way. When it comes to the Chargers, who it's saying here the pick is in for, I would have thought Kyle Hamilton was the pick for them at this point if he were on the board. Obviously, he is not. For me, the defense is where they need the upgrade the most. I guess this is the opportunity for you to remind me about Jermaine Johnson here.
Oh, sweet God in heaven. If they get him to go with the pass rush they already have,
I mean,
oh no, that could be problems.
Well, how it is Zion Johnson is going to the Chargers. So the second now we're getting a start of a run on guard. Okay, all right. So we saw the top guard go off the board just a couple of picks ago. And now Zion Johnson goes off the board. All right. So the interior linemen are starting to come off the boards. We had the D tackle come off the board, first D tackle and Jordan Davis come off the board. All right. So the wide receiver run is still going on.
Yep.
Mixing that in with the start of the other positions starting to come off, the top players of some of the other positions coming off the board. Now the interior linemen, the thicker bodies are coming off. Right, but Zion Johnson, many considered him the best guard. I thought Kenyon Green was the best guard, but Zion Johnson was my number 2 guard, and he comes off the board. Both of these guys are going earlier than I expected. Both of these guys in the teens. I expected them to go in the early 20s. So a little bit of a variance, but once again, the way this draft is going so far, we said there's going to be a trickle down effect. Once some of the other guys started going faster than people projected them, there was going to be a change in how the board played out. And then the early run in the teens on receivers, because of teams trading up to get to those receivers, has now made it to the point where teams are now that aren't trading, aren't moving around the board, are picking their value. And they're saying, okay, I'm looking at my board. This is the guy that's at the top of my board. I'm taking him. He's going to help my football team. But
some would be more trades tonight.
Well, I was just about to touch on that because we started the night talking about, it doesn't look like the Deebo Samuel trade is going to happen.
Well, not that trade, but lots of trades.
No, but can we rule it out now? Because we had 2 receivers traded today that we didn't expect to get traded at all.
Okay? That's a great point. Now, right, Brown, and they're both named Brown too. That just struck me. AJ Brown, Hollywood Brown. It's a Brown out, but the lights are still on. Listen, man, and so the Titans here are on the clock at this point. They went up to grab for somebody. Who do you think, my man?
Well, I mean, Jermaine Johnson is somehow still here, and I think they're thrilled to see that Jermaine Johnson is still here.
You got to think that's the pick, because all I hear Titans fans griping about is the defense improvement that they didn't get but expected last year, right?
So if Landry now becomes the other guy rather than the guy in terms of outside pass rush, now you've got something, right? Because I think he's a really good other guy, right? When you think about guys like Anthony Spencer in his days with DeMarcus Ware and how productive and solid he was, the Roosevelt Colvins, the Ray Edwards, in fact, a lot of Purdue, Rob Ninkovich, all the Purdue pass rushers. I think a lot of those guys excelled because most of them were the other guy, right? They had someone else over there to draw the ire and the planning time of the offensive coordinator as opposed to being, the spotlight so much on them. So it'll free them up to be what they can be. Once again, it could be other things as well, but this could be Jermaine Johnson. It could be one of the linebackers. I think the linebackers probably go off the board more like 22, 23-ish. I don't think anybody's going to take that next tier of offensive tackles yet. I don't think any of the defensive tackles are going yet.
Yeah, the offensive line for the Titans are pretty good too. But Jeff, let me go to you here, man. You are the chart man. You are the value guy. Does it make sense here for the Titans to snag that Jermaine Johnson piece, like Bill and I are postulating?
All right, so you're looking at more player value than chart value. So this goes out the window for this one. All right, you're looking at the player. You're getting a number one. Right? You're going up the number 1 wide receiver for a first round pick. That's always great value.
But if AJ Brown was in this draft, where would you put him amongst the receivers?
Oh, he would have been at the top of the board. He would have been up there. He would have been up there with the Londons. He would have been up there. Well, you think about it, he came out with Metcalf. I had him below Metcalf, and both of these guys. I had him below Metcalf. All right, I had Metcalf as the higher of the 2. All right,
and Brown ahead of him.
Yeah,
he was more developed and almost as athletic.
And by the way, Jordan, I saw you flash that bit of irony in that tweet earlier. I want to see a bit more of that real quick if you can get that up. But at the end of the day, You say A.J. Brown would have been at the top of the board and better than any receiver here currently in this draft. And yet, we're going to hit you with this bit of irony. You got to love it. But I would think it's because they're a running team. Their whole cap situation might be a little iffy, depending. I haven't looked at their cap situation lately. But they're in a position where they paid Tannehill significantly to extend him. Yep. And then that happened. And this is somebody who was a Ryan Tannehill defender when he was still in Miami when I was writing for The Wire. Yeah. Oh, geez. Not as long as you're the head coach. By the way, other breaking news, Vrabel, still the bleeding head coach. Just throwing that out there, guys.
Yeah, well, that those statements mean as much as the coach coming into your living room saying, "Come play for me, sign this letter of intent," and then he takes the job. He takes the job down the road. Those statements don't mean anything until you actually start the season. All right,
the joke I made before, Jeff, is that the kiss of death. Right?
The term "on the block." When someone on the block means you're trying to move the player, right? You're actively, you're making calls. He didn't say we weren't taking calls. He said we aren't making calls, right? That's
Are you offering the Vito Corleone defense? Carroll? Is that what you're saying, Professor? I have for you. Listen, all I want is A.J. Brown. If you just give me this pick at number 18 in the first round. It could be.
We were actively trying to move him, but since you were interested, we're willing to listen. I think that's more.
So, I think that's a great point. Greg making a statement, Eagles winning draft night by far.
Yes.
They're doing good.
They had the most capital.
I still feel really good about what the Giants did, frankly.
Well, the Giants did a great job.
Yeah. Listen, they had the most. Yeah, they had the most draft capital. You had three. They started this process with 3 first-round picks. So you either came over with three great players, or you were able to make plenty of moves that made sense. And they actually did a great job making sense of them.
Sure. Yeah, and I'm not here to say that the Eagles did bad. Winning. I mean, they're winning. They haven't been the best team. They're just one of the top teams tonight. And listen, entire draft is not done in a single night, regardless of what the NFL media, lamestream media at large would have you believe. Hashtag I said it. I thought you liked that point, Bill.
Well, we just talked about A.J. Brown leaving Tennessee, and in comes Treylon Burks.
Okay. So they basically got I would say poor man's probably too. A working class man's version of a
like, still saves up enough money for a good vacation, just not the Hamptons. Got it.
Right, he's a plumber's assistant, and he also picks up a few hours, like a shift or two, sometimes at the Home Depot. But he's a good football player. He's not AJ Brown, but he's a good football player.
Oh yeah, he's definitely not AJ Brown. First of all, the speed is not even the same. You're talking about a player who is a very good player. We watched his college film. It's very explosive. The 40 time didn't match his film. So the question is, do you really trust the film as much? Or was he just one of those players who in college was an explosive player? He's going to come to the pros and be a solid player. The guy who's going to give you a couple of plays down the field, rely more on the athleticism down the field, but be a better player in immediate and short underneath, who you're going to give him the ball quicker and let him run after the catch and make the plays with his athleticism. Right. So I think that's where you're going to look at that player in because A.J. Brown was able to show that second gear down the field, which is what made him the better of the two. If you want to look at him in an evaluation player for player, that's something A.J. Brown had. That's why when they talked about him and Metcalf, those two guys both had that ability. Metcalf was not as dynamic a route runner. He still is as dynamic a route runner. Athletically, though, his athleticism, like many receivers ahead of him, Des Bryant for one, the guys who are ultra athletic, and it makes them a better receiver. The problem with those receivers is they have the shorter lifespan, because when you get older and that athleticism starts to wane, you become more of an average receiver as opposed to the guy who's the better route runner.
Yep.
Right. And go ahead, Bill.
The thing that you want to do with Treylon Burks is, since he's really the best thing he does is get the ball in his hands immediately. And people talked about his 40 time, and you can sort of see it. Like, he's not a guy that has immediate speed. He has to build up to it. But he can get rolling pretty good after a while. But you get the ball into his hands right away, and you let him start building up that momentum, starting get going, right? And so once he really gets going, once he really starts, rolling, he can pull away from people eventually, but he's not going to just pull away from people immediately. Like guys like Olave, Garrett Wilson, and Jameson Williams. Those guys, boom, they're gone. He's not that, but he can get going, and give him a runway, right? You get him rolling. A lot of times they'll put him in motion, that orbit motion, right? Where you can just touch pass it to him. He's going to be very dangerous on like little shovel passes and stuff like that because he's a big, strong guy. And if you give him a runway, he can build up some speed. And you can use him a little bit almost like a power back even because of his size.
Yeah, I'll put it this way. I'll ask this, and I'm not saying, well, maybe the Saints would do it. I don't know. The pick is in. Maybe they'll do this. Are there any running backs, and you might have touched on this a little bit, Bill, but I'll put it out there for the panel in general or anybody out there who wants to put in a comment through the YouTube page or whatever. Are there any running backs that are worthy of first round picks tonight? Do you see any coming off the board at this juncture here? We're getting just past the halfway point of the draft here. Is it time to see some of those?
I think it's still a little early for running back. I think the 20s, the mid 20s, late 20s is that range where you want to start to suck the running backs into the first. If you do it, I know everybody's big on Breece Hall. To me, I'm a Kenneth Walker guy. I think those are the top two guys. I'm not taking anybody else in the first if I have a choice than those two guys. Otherwise, the value behind that is going to be late second, third, fourth round guys. You don't have to pull anybody into the first other than those two guys.
Bill, what say you?
I think that we see two running backs go off of about 34 and 40 early in the second. I don't think there's going to be a running back taken in the first, not just because of, obviously these are good players, but the way the game is played now, right?
Yeah.
The fact that I don't think we're going to see many more early first round running backs. And the ones that do go will have to be not just good, but they have to be transcendent, right? Kenneth Walker is really, the ceiling on a guy like Breece Hall is about Matt Forte. The ceiling on a guy like Kenneth Walker, I think he could develop with time into a guy almost along the lines of, Ray Rice or even a little bit like Tiki Barber. But those aren't guys that you have to take in the first, quite frankly.
Right.
There are guys that you can get in the second. And frankly, most teams don't even need a running back that badly. The teams that want running backs will take them, but they're going to take them in the middle rounds for the most part. I don't see any team going this early for a running back. And I really think, like I said, the market for running backs really comes into shape probably in the 30s. Like I said, I think somewhere between 34 and 40, we see the first couple of running backs off the board. Right,
because then at that point, the GM wouldn't be punished for picking a running back in the first round. Well, hey, I picked him in the second. I didn't reach. There's something to that. The stigma is real. I think the only coach that might potentially pick one in the first round, if he's picking late enough, would be John Harbaugh. There's something about the Harbaughs in the running game. And after what they suffered last year with the injuries at the position, I can see why they would want to get a little itchy on the trigger finger, but I don't even see that happening myself. I'm with you guys overall. It says here the Saints pick is in. We're still waiting on that.
Well, we know who it is. We know who it is.
What do we got there, Jeff?
Trevor Penning, Northern Iowa. Right. So here comes the second.
I think I had Penning in my mock going to them, right?
Actually, yeah, Jeff had him going a couple picks back. You had at 19 you were the pick before with the Chargers at 18.
We both had him. We both had him to San Diego.
17,
to Los Angeles.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Yeah. I'm thinking about my mock prior to this one, which was less adventurous than the most recent one I did. But yeah, it was the one ahead of this one that I had Penning going.
The protection of Jameis Winston, something you got to light, right? Right, Jeff?
Well, you got to replace. You lost Teron Armstead. You got to upgrade the position. Okay, right. So you bring in a guy who is not an intimidated person. He is the intimidator. Okay, talking to him at the Senior Bowl, and one of the questions I asked was, we talked about the importance of the tackle class. Are you feeling any pressure to perform out here, knowing that you're from the small school. All of these are big school guys, Power 5 guys, and he says, "Man, listen, I just go out there and beat people up." Like he is plain and simple the intimidator. And you watch his play, and then that's exactly what he does. He goes out there. He went out there. It's the Senior Bowl. Power 5 guys didn't matter. He matched up. He won, and he roughed them up in the end. And the only person that left frustrated was every defensive lineman that went up against him. Right?
I mean, there's a few guys who had some good reps against him.
Yeah,
Dominique Robinson from Miami of Ohio.
Dominique Robinson did give him a couple.
Yeah, but what I will say, my first notes on him early in the season was WWE heel. I mean, he really embraces the villain role, right? We haven't had an offensive tackle with that kind of personality in a while. You have to go back, into the old days of American tackle football when you saw those tackles that had that sort of that level. I mean, guys like Wisniewski and guys like Boomer Brown, and I mean, you have to go back. I mean, it's a long time since you've seen this. But there were guys that were like that, back in the 70s and even before that. But I haven't seen a guy quite like him in a long time because he really, really plays the game with a certain level of jerk, I think is a term one might use.
A jerk, as in, you don't mean as in like to pull. I mean, you mean jerk as in
like
inspiration for
a guy you don't want to be around. Yeah, it's a guy, an annoyance.
No, fair enough, too. Well, we're coming up on the Steelers here, and with that in mind, they're on the clock.
Jermaine Johnson is still on the board.
Jermaine Johnson is still on the board. Pairing him with TJ Watt would be ridiculous. But this is another team that's getting talked about for being the group that picks a quarterback in the first round. I'm seeing a head shake of no from Dr. Bill, the professor, off the bat. What say you, Sensei Jeff?
Well, I had him Willis mocked to him here. So, listen, they have their choice. Both quarterbacks are still there. None of them are gone. Or you can take another edge rusher. You need one. You've drafted edge rushers, and most of them are gone. I mean, Highsmith played well, but he wasn't Bud Dupree when you let Bud Dupree walk. So you can upgrade that position with Johnson. I think overall, when you look at it, if I'm the Steelers, nobody later in this draft is going to help you sooner than one of the quarterbacks that's on the board. If you have it, take it now. All right. Because plain and simple, you can wait till next year. That's fine. You may get somebody, but who says you're going to be in range to get one of those guys next year? You're going to have to give up a lion's share to go up and get that guy next year. So you signed a veteran. You have a bridge now because it's Trubisky. You only signed him for 2 years. You want to give one of these guys, whether it's Willis or Pickett, the chance, the runway to learn before they have to take off. This is your opportunity. So if you're really thinking about quarterback, this is your opportunity, not in the later rounds.
So, and I like what you're talking about with quarterback, where I would devil's advocate the Malik Willis here is twofold. A, that division already trained to face mobile quarterbacks twice a year in the form of one Lamar Demetrius Jackson. Moreover, as somebody's going to be more of a Roethlisberger type, air quotes, Kenny Pickett is the guy. But the way I see that Bill is not digging it. And hey, listen, I'm just a host. Y'all are the ones here. You can give me Daniel's a very wrong moment if you want. But I feel like in a division where it's just as black and blue every week, a Malik Willis type is just risky to keep on the field. And when your next best choice is what? Mason Rudolph? If they pick a quarterback, they're doing it to start this cat.
Well, I think they believe in Mitchell Trubisky more than I think most people realize. Just like we talked about with Goff, and so these teams like the quarterbacks they have more than people think.
Right.
I think that's one thing that people are kind of forgetting. Good
point.
And Jeff said, well, they might not be in range to pick a quarterback. That means they had a good season, right? If they're not in range to pick a quarterback next year in the first, that means they had a good season. So maybe you don't need one if you had a good enough season to not be in range to pick a quarterback. I know that there's this constant drive to want to see quarterbacks go in the first round because we've just been conditioned to understand and believe it. But people somehow didn't believe scouts when scouts said we don't like this quarterback class. People would say, I think scouts don't like this quarterback class. I don't think that was smoke. They don't like them. So I won't be surprised at all if we don't see a quarterback until very late, or maybe not in the first. But we shall soon see.
I never thought I would see the day where I have the same amount of hair as Franco Harris, but
time is a powerful opponent, my friend. I think Franco would capitulate that.
Undefeated.
So yeah, we're still waiting on the Steelers pick here. Unlike I'll put it this way: I was interested in this one even as a non-Steeler fan, just because Roethlisberger. I mean, clearly the end of an era. Say what you will about his off-the-field exploit or any of that. I even argued at least 2 or 3 years ago that retirement should have happened then, and yet somehow the Steelers, perennial playoff contenders, nonetheless, continuing for those years after. So I mean, this could be a big deal, and I like the point you make, Bill, that maybe they think Trubisky is good enough. I've been on record saying that say what you will about Trubisky, he was an upgrade over Mason Rudolph or any other Duck.
And we know that we recently lost Devlin Duck Hodges to
Duck Hodges. Thank you.
His true calling, which is duck calling. So he's moved on to pursue that.
Well, your next quarterback will only have to take a cab down the street from the University of Pittsburgh to Pittsburgh. It is Kenny Pickett.
There you go. Bill is in absolute disgust. Jeff has explained why a quarterback is a good idea. Jeff, let me get a quick reaction from you, and then we'll try to go to break here. Jeff, what do you think?
Well, I think overall we just talked about it, right? You teams that tend to wait and mess around with quarterback, right, and say we could wait till next year, end up in that rut for 5, 6, 7 years before they get it right. If you have the ability to fix the position and throw something at it that's quality, and Kenny Pickett is not bad. Okay, listen, I had a worse grade on him last year. Okay, this year did wonders for Kenny Pickett. Okay, he needed this year, all right, worse than the stockbrokers need the market to stabilize. Okay, and plain and simple. All right, as somebody, we both covered the American. All right, we seen Kenny Pickett live and in action. There was nothing special about his performances up until this year. Okay, he showed a lot of growth in as far as reading the field. He showed a lot of growth in handling pocket pressure. He showed a lot of growth in a lot of things. Now we all know about the hand side as an issue. Okay, all right, now that's and yes, Greg brings up the great point there about in December, January, or something we talked about why Carolina would have been a better choice for him. But nevertheless, what do they have in mind there? Okay, they want to get back to running the football with that big back behind them. They're going to be building up that offensive line to get the running game going again. They have the receivers on the outside, so he doesn't have to go down the field all the time in the wintertime. Okay, Chase Claypool made just as many plays on screen passes as he did down the field. So, right, so you're going to look at what they do in Pittsburgh. He does fit their offense, and if he could play anywhere near his senior level this year, at the next level, they'll be just fine. He won't be top 5 quarterback in the league, but he'll be a solid franchise quarterback going forward for the Pittsburgh Steelers, as long as they can keep the talent around him.
That's great. Yeah, and as we mentioned, if he's not asked to do too much, it could be a good thing all the way around for him. But hey, this is the NBS coverage of the NFL draft. We will be back in 2 minutes to talk about the Patriots pick, and apparently now the Chiefs are on the clock. Another trade. We're giving a little time for Jeff to get the old chart out. But we'll see you guys in a couple minutes here.
Jeff's like, I don't think we see that many trades.
What happened was.
Yeah, well, I didn't. Yeah, listen, I couldn't pick them. And I would have got them wrong the way these trades are coming off.
So, but with that in mind, this is Nuts and Bolts coverage of the 2022 NFL Draft. We will be back in 2 minutes.
Enjoy 40% off site-wide. Vitable takes the guesswork out of feeling good. Get your own personalized daily vitamin pack safely delivered to your doorstep every month. Take their online quiz to find out which vitamins and minerals can support your personal needs based on your own diet and lifestyle. Hashtag only what you need, nothing that you don't. All vitamins are manufactured in Australia at the highest quality standard. Ingredients come in the best form for their absorption by your body. Enjoy 40% off site-wide using code NBS40 at checkout.
All 22 is the future of scouting databases. With over 20,000 players, All 22 allows you to be the GM. All 22, the global scouting network.
Welcome back to the nuts and bolts coverage of the 2022 NFL Draft. Listen, it's been a flea market up in this beast here. Absolutely out of control. Of course, I am Kyle Nash, the student of the game. Here with me, the draft sensei, Jeff Barnes, who has already given me a couple of... the professor, Bill Carroll, who has already whacked my hand with a ruler a couple times for some silly things I've said, but nonetheless kept me on track. We are just about ready to get the Chiefs pick after they've traded with the Patriots in just a moment here. And I know that Jeff had a little time to consult the chart and give me my value. We can see if Bill Belichick finds a way to improve his abilities as a draft guy. And we officially have it. Cornerback Trent McDuffie. Thoughts, gentlemen?
Well, we talked about the need to improve that defense. Well, you get one of the best corners in this class, but not named Sauce Gardner, not named, of course, Derek Stingley. Okay, this is the number 3 cornerback on both my board and I believe Bill's board. Correct, Bill?
Correct.
There you go. All right.
Pretty
So
much everybody's probably.
Yeah. So you can't go wrong here. They needed to make a move. They needed to fix it. We'll talk about which picks they get in a minute. So we'll go through the value for that in a minute. I think overall, you talk about a position of need. You had to go up and get it because they have 2 picks. They said, we got to go up and get one now. We can't afford to mess around and lose out on one of these guys. Right? They have to fix that defense. Why did they lose? Why were they not back in the Super Bowl? Because their defense couldn't stop anybody. They couldn't stop Josh Allen. They could barely snuck out of that game, and they couldn't stop Joe Burrow and the Bengals. All right, and that's why they ended up in overtime. All right, so plain and simple, the Chiefs knew they had to get better on defense, and they started doing that with this corner right here, who plain and simple is one of the more physical corners. All right, other not named Sauce Gardner. Okay, he's a little more. He's more physical than Stingley, believe it or not. And then you talk about Washington. Washington has a habit of putting out physical corners who play well in zone and man, and who have the ability to be instinctive when it comes to playing the football. And that's something that McDuffie is. All right. So if you like Murphy a couple of years ago, well, you're gonna like McDuffie because McDuffie's a lot of that same mold.
He's a good tackler. He reads things well. And what was this mentioned? Really good in zone, equally good in man. And that's not true of a lot of corners. Stingley's pretty much a pure man corner. I'm not saying he can't play zone, but he's almost wasted, right? Everything he's great at are things that push you toward playing in man. And Sauce is a guy who can play man, but he's perfect for that cover 3, right? That, we talk about Gus Bradley, Seattle. Like, he's made for that. Like that, he could not be more perfect for that. But here you have a guy who could play in the slot. You've seen him do it. He can play outside. We've seen him do it. And he's a good enough tackler that he can come down and be a good player against in run support despite being a smaller corner. I'm a fan of his, and I think he's going to have a very successful NFL career, and he's in a good spot.
Yeah, and I couldn't agree more with the Chiefs needing a defensive upgrade. I mean, listen, I don't want to take anything away from Stephon Diggs and Josh Allen and the Bills and that amazing tennis match that was the AFC Championship game. But there have also been plenty of places. I mean, let's put it this way. I don't feel like the Chiefs defense has performed as good as the year that Patrick Mahomes II should have made the Super Bowl the first time if it wasn't for an unfortunate offsides call canceling a Tom Brady interception, right?
Yeah.
That group the Chiefs has not had a defense as good as that group for that many years. And that includes, by the way, a Super Bowl win and run in the next 2 years. The defense just never reached that previous level, in my opinion.
And in regards to that trade, you talk about 21 for 29, 94, and 121, an $800 point value. They got 816, so it's a fair trade.
Okay, well, there you go. And boom, we nailed it again. Jordan, thank you for bringing in the live look. The glasses match and everything. Like it's a whole new meaning to saying to Jeff, that's my dog right there. Anyways, I had to get the dad joke in. I have 2 kids, guys, okay? With that in mind, speaking of kids and dads and all that, Aaron Charles Rodgers has been the Bears' daddy for some time. The Packers are on the clock. Any thoughts as to what you see happening here as Roger Goodell announces the pick?
Yeah, well, I've already seen the answer, and it is Quay Walker, linebacker from Georgia, which is right now sending Packers Nation into a frenzy.
Yeah, that's
trade away.
The Packers were hoping they'd get there.
Yeah,
right.
you trade away your best receiver, and you expect with 2 first-round picks, you're going to at least get 1, if not 2. And I think I had them doubling up at receiver. The fact they stayed pat and got nothing as far as on offense says it all. So right now, if I'm Aaron Rodgers, he better get real comfortable with that money, because I don't think he's going to be getting comfortable with a Super Bowl ring anytime soon.
It's not, forget Devontae Adams. It's more like Devontae Adams, because they have not any receivers anymore.
Yeah, this is a deep receiver class, so they're going to find a receiver or 2. It just won't be really. And I understand they're willing to wait to get a receiver. I'm a little surprised that I know Jermaine Johnson's a little older prospect than some of these other guys, but I'm a little surprised that one of these teams hasn't snapped him up. I don't think his wait will be much longer, but I really – oh, well, here we go. So – we might be seeing him off the board very, very soon.
Yeah, well, the Bills just traded it. Yeah, so we're going to get the value for that.
I mean, we'll put it this way. There was a commenter that said something about Malik Willis free-falling. Not really. Not for all the poor quarterback evaluation we've been talking about for the weeks leading up to this draft. The free-falling has got to be the guy
on NFL boards.
Right. So they leapfrogged Dallas. So they think Dallas was going defensive end here.
I
think that's what
would make sense.
I think they thought Dallas was going defensive end, so they leapfrogged Dallas. It's something that Dallas, if it was a defensive end, it was the other offensive lineman, Bernard Ryman or somebody like that. Somebody that they know Dallas wanted. They had a feeling if they sat pat behind Dallas, they weren't going to get what they wanted. So they jumped ahead of Dallas. Buffalo jumps up ahead of Dallas to get what they want.
And I would imagine
this was originally Arizona's pick.
Right, exactly. And I think at this point you would have to think that Dallas would be trying to trade down and trade out. If they can't get the defensive end they want, they may try to come down and get that offensive lineman at the proper value point, you think?
Well, you have Linderbaum. Linderbaum is still on the board.
True, you still have that center, right?
Yeah. So he's an upgrade from the center that they have right now. Okay, so and he also has the ability to play guard. So if you want to keep your center and replace the guy that left for your free agency, Linderbaum still fits. So I think Tyler Linderbaum is a guy that Dallas could possibly be looking at. All right, so I doubt that they moved up for Linderbaum. I think it's because the higher grade probably is Johnson, right?
And their offensive line's already pretty solid, right?
Well, the Buffalo's offensive line, yeah.
Yes, right.
Yeah. So I think right here you're looking at the fact that it's got to be Johnson, because I don't think they jumped Dallas for. Well, Greg is saying that Dallas is going linebacker. All right, so we'll see. But it makes more sense, because unless there's something, I didn't hear anything bad about Johnson medically. So I'm not sure why he's falling.
I mean, he's an older prospect. He's one of those guys that'll be 24 soon. He's 23 in like 9 months now or something. So there's some older players, and I know some teams. I've said this before. I'll repeat it. There are teams that have strict age guidelines, guardrails. Pick a term, and that means that any player who's over a certain age, they won't take in the first round. They just won't. I mean, that's just a statement. They have a hard, fast rule. not every team, but some teams have a hard, fast rule. If you're over this age, obviously the Steelers aren't one of those teams because they took an older player that early. But we know the Browns won't do that. There's certain teams that just won't take a player who's over a certain age in the first.
You mentioned the Browns. Didn't they draft Brandon Wheaton? I'm just throwing
Maybe that's the reason they don't have these hard, fast age guidelines. And Andrew Berry wasn't there yet. But now, look in the Andrew Berry era and look at the age of the guys they've taken early in the draft.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to make the Brandon Wheaton joke, but good point about Berry, all the way around there too. So, I mean, with the Bills in mind, listen, if it's offense, I don't see a world where they don't do something to augment the run game. Now, granted, a center would certainly help to do that. Obviously, as much as we talk about pass rushing and things like that, the center and the ability to chip in and break out into the second level is a huge part of trying to run inside the tackles, right? If they're going on the defensive side, I think Jermaine Johnson, if he seems to be the best available for both you guys at this juncture. I don't see how they don't take him. And frankly, with what Josh Allen does with Stephon Diggs in the lineup and having what I think was arguably the best pound for pound rookie in his year, Gabe Davis, there as well. And just the threats they have at receiver, their offense is set. I think they have an opportunity to upgrade defense here myself. I really think that's the direction they're going, the Bills too. And I think it's your point. You're talking about stigmas, guys. First of all, you got 2 guards that were drafted in the first round. A little surprised by that, but in this draft, it makes sense. That's the level of offensive line talent you see. A lot of people want to tell you and believe, and some teams will not draft the center in the first round. I don't think you certainly don't trade up for one, like Jeff pointed out. So right. I'm really, if you guys don't know, I sure don't. And I'm just going through the various reasons I'm confused to stall while they make their pick.
Yeah. People that come to mind are the.
Uh-oh. I hear a big deal from Jeff. What's up, buddy?
Yes. Well, the move up was for Kyle Elam. Cornerback from Florida. So that's another angle for Dallas. We talked about it, right? Dallas could also use a cornerback. We talked about this yesterday, Bill. Dallas could have used a cornerback because of the issues they had last year opposite Diggs. All right. Also, we know about the legal issues their boss man Fat was having. Okay. Yeah. So that Elam would have been a good fit for the Cowboys. And I think that's one of the reasons why the Buffalo moved up. They knew that was a possibility. I don't know if that was going to be the pick. There's a bunch of things Dallas could use in this pick, at this pick. So, I mean, anybody that had a fear that Dallas was going to take it, they should jump ahead of them. So there was a wise move. So now that puts the Cowboys on the clock. But you talk about Kyle Elam. Here's a guy who I thought was going to be that fringe late first, early second pick. They move up to get him at 23. The Bills wanting to improve that secondary. They had a brief flirtation with Gilmore, right? And so you look at it now. Tre'Davious White was out with an injury. So add to the secondary. You bring in another big corner who's going to come in and play a good while in Buffalo.
Does this qualify as a reach to you, Jeff?
I wouldn't call it a reach. And the reason why I'm going to say it's not a reach because there are no more first round picks on the board. All right, there's no more first round grades. I may have one because I think I had Linderbaum. Right. But other than that, I can tell you right now, all my other first round grades with gone. All right. So here's a whole bunch of second round grades. So you're going to go best player available. If he's available at 23, you don't think he's going to come to you at 28, make the move, or 26, whatever they were. Was it 25? I think they were 2 picks behind. So you jump 40 points. You give up, they gave up 130. So they gave up a 5th rounder basically to move up 2 spots. Not a big deal. You get the corner you wanted at the value. He's a quality value. It's only a 2-pick difference. So it's not like you're jumping up 10 picks to get Kyle Elam. All right. So, yes.
He's got the chart, boss man, Joe.
Thank you.
By the way, while you're talking like a GM here, I noticed your tie more than at any other point in the rest of the show.
Well, I got the Michael Irvin coordinate outfit on,
right?
The shirt matches the tie, the jacket matches the tie.
It's a talent. Bill, weigh in on the reach-in question. How nuts am I to say that?
I mean, I think reach is too strong a word as well, but I also think that Elam could have been had where they were. I don't think any other team. I could be wrong, obviously. Maybe some other team could have been in love with Kyer, but I think he would have been. I can't think of somebody who would have been so determined that they had to have Kyer Elam that I don't know. Who knows? Maybe I'm wrong. I still feel like he would have. Sometimes teams just don't want to take the chance. I guess is what it is. They don't want to take the chance, but I feel like he would have been there when they picked. He is a guy that is an intriguing player because he has good ball skills. He's a classic press man corner. His tackling is an adventure. Sometimes he looks like he's interested at least in tackling, and sometimes he looks like a bit of a pacifist. Maybe he's taking some sort of vow. So there's times when he seems to not be involved in or want to be involved in anything unpleasant like that. But he really does do a good job of playing the ball. He's very good at getting to the juncture of the triangle, right, and breaking the ball up or chopping the ball out or pulling the ball out of there. He catches the ball well. I just think that he's going to occasionally give up some plays in the run game or even run after the catch because I really wish he just had a little more, grit or anger or, something because his tackling, like I said, I mean, there's times when he's solid, but he definitely takes some breaks from tackling. I think that's the term I would use.
Okay. Make business decisions, as you will, I say ironically, as it's currently the Cowboys pick. And gentlemen, at this point, while Jermaine Johnson, even Mel Kiper agrees with you guys at this point, that Jermaine Johnson is the best available talent. But with what's going on with Dallas and that whole situation, I feel like Linderbaum has to be the pick here just simply because of what Dakota Prescott does when he is not well protected. Thank you for the reference on the suit there, Jordan. That'll do it all the way around.
That's right. That's my Cowboys. That's right. That's right. This is my Michael Irvin impersonation.
I think when wow, okay, you got the energy, man.
Definitely. I don't have the hair though. I don't have the hair.
He doesn't have that much hair.
He has a hairline. I don't have one. I haven't had one since I was 21, man.
The great and powerful Jordan looks like he enjoyed your impersonation thoroughly. But going back to a Dakota Prescott and just the necessity for proper protection for his numbers, like when he has the proper support, his numbers are awesome. And hey, for all intents and purposes, as a rookie starter, he had a chance to win a playoff game until Aaron Charles Rodgers goes all Aaron Charles Rodgers, draws a play in the dirt, and makes an amazing play to close out that game. For those who forgot, Dakota did his job in that game. But the thing about Dak is if he's not protected, he's that much worse a quarterback. And I'm not here to tell you that the Cowboys have a great defense. They certainly do not, as far as, within the context of the league. But you're in a situation where you're in a division that's pretty bad. Not AFC South bad, but pretty bad. And you're in that situation where if you could keep that offense on its feet, keep Dak on his feet, you win that division, you make the playoffs, and because you're the most popular team, the revenue keeps rolling in. Maybe you could put yourself in a position to then get somebody in free agency or make some sort of move to acquire a defensive end or some sort of edge rush that'll handle the business. Of course, the Cowboys pick is in, but as we wait for that, gentlemen, is that conspiracy theory nuts?
No, I mean, and I'm going to tell you the pick, and I'm going to tell you my opinion on it, but I'm going to tell you what's available right now to the Dallas Cowboys before I tell you who the pick was, okay? So top players on the board right now, Andrew Booth, corner. We talked about Johnson, defensive end. Karlaftis, defensive end. All right, so if you wanted edge rush, that's up there. Bernard Ryman, tackle. Okay, if you want a guard, Darian Kennard is one of my top guards on the board right now. So at the end, who do they go with? They take tackle Tyler Smith from Tulsa. Okay,
Okay.
So Tyler Smith is going to come in to Dallas, and they're probably going to kick him inside, and I can see that. He has the kind of frame that they kick inside to a guard. So, all right, overall, I see the value for the pick. Tyler Smith I had as a lower grade, so I think it's a little bit of a reach here to me. I think you could have traded back and gotten Tyler Smith. But overall, if that's the case, you take them. They were definitely looking to fill the guard need, and they didn't want. So that's why Linderbaum didn't come in into play right at this point, all right, because they could have upgraded the center position with Linderbaum. They wanted guard, all right. They believe Smith will probably be a better guard than Linderbaum. So that's the thinking that Dallas Cowboys have there. They got a very good athletic player. I think overall, you talk about a guy when he's out of position gets grabby, all right, and that's one of the biggest problems with his game. But he's not going to be playing outside. He's going to be kicking inside. So he's going to be playing in less space where the guy's going to be in front of him. Does he have the strength to handle the playing inside? That is the question. I think overall, you had Devin Lloyd was another player. We talked about the linebacker. We expected him to be off the board in the teens. He's rapidly falling through the 20s.
Right, so, you had him to the Chargers at 18.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So, well, it was supposed to be the Eagles. That was a typo. But
right.
Nevertheless, the Eagles have been trading around. So, yeah.
Hashtag flea market.
Yeah. So, anybody who had something for the Eagles definitely has been ripping it up. But Tyler Smith is a very quality player. And I think overall, it's a little bit of a reach, but he fits what they wanted to do. He's the kind of player that they wanted to move over to that left guard position. They want to plug and play. I know, Greg. I know. Greg, you'll be with us the next 2 days, so you get to about that pick for the next 2 days. But overall, I just unfortunately I know that Cowboy fans aren't going to be happy with the pick. You'd be happy with him if he helps open holes for Zeke, something that Connor Williams wasn't doing. You'll be happy if he's not getting the penalties that Connor Williams wasn't getting. You'll be happy if overall he's a better player than Connor Williams was. That was the biggest concern with Connor Williams' play strength going inside. Dallas thought he could do it. He proved in his 4 years in Dallas that he couldn't do it.
And what it tells me is maybe they didn't like Linderbaum's, intangibles up for time number 3. See, only 3 times with no quarterback.
I think they didn't like his tangibles. He played most of his collegiate career around 291 pounds.
Yeah.
He's a much smaller center than they have traditionally played. There are some teams that are, we saw Jeff Saturday. There are some teams that don't mind a smaller center, but some teams want a guy who's like 315 pounds. And I don't think there's any set of circumstances where Linderbaum will be able to consistently be that, right? Sure. I think best case scenario, he might get up to 301, 302, maybe 303. He's a terrific athlete, right? A guy who was a great shot put and discus athlete, and also, as people remember, beat Tristan Wirfs, right? Who was a terrific high school wrestler, actually defeated him. So they're both great, legendary high school wrestlers in their careers. So he has great balance. He has great core strength and very good technician. But teams that want to be like power or gap schemes in the passing game, or the running game, or who believe in power and gap scheme, are going to be wary of a guy who they don't think can ever weigh 300 pounds. They're going to look at guys maybe 10 or 15 pounds heavier. That's what they want at that position.
Right.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, but you're right about one thing. And the funny thing is with Dallas, they've never shied away from taking the small centers. Stepnoski worked out for them for many years, but unfortunately, they haven't had the success with small centers after that. Whether it was Phil Costa, I forgot the other younger man's name, Clay Shiver was another one, small center that they drafted, never worked out for them. So they've drafted small centers or picked up small centers after the draft who've made the team, but they just don't play out. Matt Lair was another one, smaller center that struggled for them. Eventually had a decent career in Atlanta, but struggled in Dallas. So they have always tried to get that small guy in the middle, bigger beef around them. And I think overall, the fact that they haven't had the success with the center position, but them ever since Travis Frederick, having the size inside, the ability to control nose tackles, the ability to control one techniques inside in protection, in the run game. They're a zone team, yes, but they also have to rely on each man winning the block. and that's something that they struggled with in the interior the past 2 years. So they're not going to go back to the lighter center. They're going to go heavier. And if they didn't believe they could get him to the point where he could get this play strength and weight to the point where they could contribute, they weren't going to take him in round 1. They may fall back to him in round 3 if he's still there. But overall, that's the deterrent for them to take him in round 1. That would be the only deterrent right there. But Tyler Smith, you talk about a 6'4.5" tackle with some other. I think the arm length was an issue at tackle, but moving him inside the guard, can he play low enough? Can he stay in position, get the feet in position so he doesn't have to grab? Okay, I think that's one of the biggest things. And can he anchor when it was those the tackles try and rush him down the middle? So that's the biggest questions you're going to have for him. But overall, he fits the zone scheme. He's a bigger body, is a stronger body than Linderbaum. So I think overall, that's what you're going to look at with that pick right there. I still think could have happened a little bit later. They could have fell back for that. But overall, if they didn't get any offers to fall back, they had to stand in and pick. So it is what it is.
No, those are great points too. And I was just about to say, like, typically speaking, I want a center that moves like that. But granted, I'm not the one coaching this team. I'm not running the offense. So I'm kind of oriented to having a guy who I first can see. First of all, obviously, he has to have the technique to take on the bigger dudes. That's the job. But I also would want him to have the ability to go to the second level off of a double team and be that mobile type and be that guy smart enough to make line calls. But yeah, if they're in a heavy scheme like you're talking about, what you're saying makes sense, especially if they've been burned recently by smaller centers. So go ahead.
And it's not so much the scheme, it's just the fact that they spent the last 2 years having their center, whether it was Joe Looney, or there was the kid from Wisconsin, Biadasz, whether it was Joe Looney, Biadasz, and next to Connor Williams, you had both the center and the guard being deposited in the backfield on any given play. You got to get stronger. Yeah. Well, they literally were. And any Cowboy fan that's watched them the last 2 years will tell you that's exactly what's happened. All right, you're watching them get blown up, not only in the running game but in the passing game and pass protection. You had to get stronger inside and athletic, and I think you got that in the kid from Tulsa.
So with the Ravens pick in, I want to go to Bill and make him make another face. Can you imagine Calais Campbell combined with Jermaine Johnson?
For them to be able to get after having moved back, right? Oh, that would be amazing and fantastic. And
unfortunately, not the case. They actually find a group that matches my philosophy on being able to get out there in front and go second level. And especially for a quarterback that mobile, as much as Lamar Demetrius Jackson, the Ravens have picked up Tyler Linderbaum. Well, there you go. See, not completely crazy. There is a market for a mobile center.
No. He's a fantastic athlete. Yes.
Yeah, yes, he is.
Fantastic.
Good luck handling the nose tackle is going to line up over his head in practice, though. But
oh, right, yeah. And I mean, listen, if you're practicing against that, that's how you get better, right, Jeff?
Yeah.
That is how you get better.
I'm pretty sure that the porterhouse steak diet will be in effect, but overall, they're going to they got a very good player. I mean, overall, you talk about athletic centers that he is technical, very technical with his body positioning on his blocks, more position blocker than he is a power blocker, but he has the ability to make the cutoffs, make the reaches, smart, intelligent lineman who understands exactly pressure, stunt movement, passing off blocks, stuff that he does very technical. He's very sound at. I think overall, once again, the biggest concern is when he has to handle that big body one-on-one in front of him, will he be able to handle him? Because some guys are very good at anchoring, but it just takes the right guy in front of you to break that down.
And well, I'll add this too. When you're in a situation where you have a guy such as Lamar Demetrius Jackson in the backfield, and you have to contain and be disciplined, you're less inclined to be that aggressive, right? So a guy who's a little lighter that has a guy in front of him guessing, and actually it's funny, I'm looking at the TV on ESPN, they're showing Tristan Wirfs versus Tyler Linderbaum now. I mean, listen.
Tristan Wirfs hates this part.
Tristan Wirfs was like, I lost my mind in 19, or not 19, I'm sorry. The year he was drafted is how I'll put it. I wanted, at that point, I wanted to see Wirfs go to Miami and give that offensive line a fighting chance to recover. And instead, they brought him in to protect Thomas Edward Brady in Tampa. And that basically ruined the Dolphins' first round for me. So I'm still ready for the Dolphins.
We have a trade. We have a trade.
We're still at the flea market.
The Jets have jumped back into the first round.
Oh boy, Deebo Samuel. No.
So yeah, this is going to be interesting. Now 3 picks for the New York Jets in the first round.
Yep.
Originally, that was supposed to be the other team in green. It was supposed to be the Eagles with 3 picks. Here come the New York Jets. So they obviously traded away their second pick.
This is going to be a prove-it year for Zach Wilson. They've decided to take the excuses away.
Absolutely,
which is a good thing, because if he does fail, this next draft is alleged to be a fantastic quarterback draft that's being prospected in 23 here. So prospected is now a verb, by the way.
Yeah.
This will be the referendum year on Zach Wilson. So yes, that's what they're doing.
Go ahead, Jeff.
Yeah, if you look at the moves that they made in free agency, if you look at what they're doing in the draft, they're throwing a lot of talent at that roster. So you got to give Joe Douglas credit. While many fans wanted to stone him after the last draft, he is definitely given them every reason to love him this year. He built up the offensive line. He's gone out and got some great players to add to that team speed-wise, and of course Sauce Gardner, and then of course Garrett Wilson. So Wilson to Wilson connection throwing the football, and now we're going to see who they had with their third pick in the third round as they jumped up to go get somebody. So I think overall you're looking at a great job by the Jets of adding in some young talent and some quality veterans too.
And if they position themselves now to get Jermaine Johnson, right?
What a steal. Yeah.
It would be a steal, but think about what kind of pass rush they can now generate. That would be one heck of a defense. And Robert Saleh wants to have his own version of having, Bosa and having, the bigger guy, DeForest Buckner, and having be able to have never have to blitz anymore, right? No more blitzing. We can get pressure consistently just with our front 4 or our front 3 when you go odd front. But be able to get pressure consistently just with, without having to blitz, I think is where he wants to be. Because when you can get that, when you don't have to start sort of cheating or manufacturing pressure, it allows that defense to really work. Because once you start weakening the back half of your defense by having to bring extra pressure, now it opens up gaps, and already you play a lot of zone, so there's gaps can be there, but when you take one more player out of coverage, now the gaps get larger. So this is where what they want to do. This is where they want to be. We'll see, but I think they might have taken advantage of the slide of one Jermaine Johnson.
They did indeed.
It's official. Yeah, Jermaine Johnson to the Jets. Okay, so I mean, listen, Bill, you made the point earlier. The Jets are one of those teams that have a lot of needs, so you get the best available. And certainly at this spot, Jermaine Johnson's that. I think we've said that quite a bit. We've said that for a number of picks.
It's great value. I think that's a great benefit.
Yeah, it is a guy we mocked to them, 16 picks ago.
Yeah.
So you're getting him 16 picks later in addition to the 2 picks that you got in the top 10. So this is great value. All right. You're going to come up back into the first round. You're going to get a guy who many people thought was in the top half of the first round. Yep. Somehow he falls down to you. I mean, you couldn't have any better luck, and it couldn't be a better move made in this draft. I think if you talk about the 2 New York teams are having a great night, the Jets and the Giants are doing just that.
Granted, fair enough. And I'll put it this way, and Bill, I'll ask you, because you made the point about where the stars are born are in New York, and how it's a make it or break it year. And I think we've seen enough that could be argued the case for both quarterbacks, and Zach Wilson and Daniel Jones. But do you feel like Daniel Jones is under more pressure, or is Zach Wilson in more trouble?
Well, Jones, because 1, he's been there longer, and 2, the regime that brought him in is no longer there.
Correct.
The GM that drafted him isn't there anymore. The coach that wanted him, or maybe wanted him, but I mean, you hear things. But the point is that all the regime that was there has now gone. So there's no real allegiance. There's no blood tie or anything like that to the current front office and the current coaching staff. So if he doesn't, show great improvement, he's going to hit the market. I mean, they're going to pretty much have to move on from him. And like I said, there's no real connection. Yeah, I think he will definitely have to find another place to play football after this.
Jeff, if I'm looking at this right, it's saying that the Jacksonville Jaguars are on the clock now.
Yes, I believe they've made a trade. So Jacksonville is now on the clock. But yeah, I mean, when you talk about Daniel Jones, we talked about the overdrafting of him. The GM stood there and told us that's where he deserved to go. Well, Daniel Jones is getting the Apollo Creed moniker. He's retiring more men than Social Security. He retired Eli Manning. He's retired the GM. And he didn't retire the head coaches. They just got fired. But nevertheless, okay, he is on his last legs. If he doesn't come out with an amazing year in New York, they will be moving in a different direction. I think it may happen this season if he doesn't start out well. Tyrod Taylor is already on the roster to take over. So,
never a good sign if you're a quarterback.
If there's that writing is on a wall in graffiti, big graffiti, that your time is up.
And you mentioned Daniel Jones as Apollo Creed in that case. Well, it seems now the Giants have taken the position of Drago and saying if he dies, he dies. So with all that in mind, the Jags here at this pick is very interesting. And listen, they've upgraded their offensive line some. I don't think they're going that direction. They've made a bunch of acquisitions at receiver. I don't think they're going there. This has to be a Devin Lloyd move, yes?
I wouldn't say has to be, but I think we're going to hear either his name or Nakobe Dean soon.
I was just trying to be sensational with has to be,
Yeah, I think that we're going to get one of those guys soon. I think we might get maybe one more receiver before this round closes out. The question is who? Will it be Sky Moore? Will it be Christian Watson? I think we're going to see at least – I think Karlaftis hears his name called very soon as well. So I think that the two linebackers, right, both Lloyd and Dean are in play. Karlaftis is in play. Perhaps even Sky Moore or Christian Watson are all in play. And possibly Ryman, but I think Ryman makes it the second, at least in part because of his age. I mean, he's one of the oldest players in this draft.
Okay, yeah. So I mean, with that, like I know that Jeff's crunching the numbers on the trade here, so I'll ask you, Bill. Best available at this point. I mean, is that Devin Lloyd or is that one of these other gentlemen you mentioned?
Yeah, I think Lloyd's probably the best available player, but there's other guys that are sort of close together in terms of value. But yeah, I think Dean is an option. I think one of the remaining wide receivers is an option. Like I said, teams that aren't too age sensitive will still have Ryman maybe in the late first, but as I mentioned, some teams will automatically take you off not all the way off the draft board, but off the first round consideration if you're above a certain age. And Ryman missed all of those. I mean, anybody who has any sort of age guidelines or age guardrails, they're not in on him. And it's not impossible, that one of these teams could take a shot at one of the quarterbacks, but I don't think that's going to happen. I think that we're going to see linebackers, maybe those two, and one thing, one of the safeties. I wouldn't be shocked.
I was going to ask about DBs. Yeah,
I wouldn't be shocked if either Lewis sign or possibly Jaquan Brisker could find the way.
Yeah. Well, and for Jacksonville, listen, Trevor Lawrence was the shining point. One could argue, performing as he did despite Urban Meyer. So we know they're not going Malik Willis here in any way, shape, form, or fashion. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. I'm pretty sure at this pick, I think DB makes a lot of sense. Jags fans in general have been complaining about their performance throughout the season. Granted, I think a lot of that is because they were forced into tough situations because of the offense not performing at its best. Some would argue because of sabotage by way of Urban Meyer, whatever. But I think, and that's really what makes it a question mark too, especially evaluating Jacksonville. Like if you've listened to Florida radio, there are people who had the conspiracy theory that Urban Meyer was tanking the team on purpose. I don't know. It was ridiculous. But Florida radio, what can I say? But with all that in mind, it's hard to really evaluate where they're at. The only thing you really have to go off of then is what Doug Peterson did with the Eagles team in the past and what he might be trying to apply here in Jacksonville. I see that my dog there, Jeff, still vigorously.
Yeah, well, I've already got one trade worked out. So
okay, talk about it.
So for the Jets trade, by acquiring 26 and 101, giving up 35, 69, and 163, they actually overpaid. 796 value for the picks they got, gave up 821. So they could have gotten an extra late round pick out of that.
So they got back 26 and 101, right? In that trade.
Yeah, they got 26 and 101, but they had to give up 35, 69, and 163.
And so the actual difference in value was how many points?
You're talking about a difference in value of basically 25 points.
25 points. Okay, got it.
So which is about a 6th or 7th round pick.
Right, late 6th, early 7th. Got it. Okay. Got it.
Yeah, I'm seeing up here a lot of talk of Dayton Hill as a possibility.
Daxton Hill is possible. Yeah. What people like about guys like Jalen Petrie and Daxton Hill is the position what I semi-jokingly call the Tyrann Mathieu position, where you sometimes you're lined up outside at safety, sometimes you're lined in at nickel, sometimes you're at free safety, maybe even strong safety, but you blitz, you lurk, you rob, you look for opportunities to go get the football, basically. And if you have the ball skills, you're a good enough athlete, and you have the instincts, yes, it's a great position to play. Few guys can do it well, though, because not everybody has all those things in one player. So we're going to find out what Jacksonville has done here. But I
already know it's Devin Lloyd. Finally coming off.
Yeah, well, that makes sense because Lloyd is, a guy that could have easily gone, 10, 11 picks earlier.
Right. Yeah. You had him as mocked as many as, well, I know I'm thinking of Johnson there, but yeah, I mean, he was mocked at 18 by Jeff and then 15 by you, Bill. So there you go. Devin Lloyd off the board, though. I like Jacksonville going linebacker here. Again, they needed more, effect up front. They needed more rush. They needed more pressuring of the quarterback. Josh Allen certainly did his best work, ironically, even against Josh Allen last year. The pun fest was great that week. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
With all that in mind, there's nothing they can do more than affect the quarterback a little bit more. And I think at the same time, say what we will about the Walker piece, I think the factor where run stopping in that division is so big with Jonathan Taylor and Derrick Henry, both in that same division.
Right.
I can make an argument that while it may not be the most popular picks, and I think there could be an argument made based on what I'm hearing from you guys, that Walker is the biggest reach in the first round. It could be a situation where they still make the upgrades to be a contender in the division, and who maybe we'll see how much of a negative effect Urban Meyer's reign had in Jacksonville. Who knows? I think they're giving enough for the fans to be excited about in that particular instance and juncture. Jeff, what say you, my friend?
Well, I needed this pick because, plain and simple, you drafted Miles Jack a couple years ago.
Right.
You just unfortunately you had to let him go. The performance fell off.
Right.
You knew you had him for a limited time with the injury he had coming into the draft. So they needed to upgrade the position. Devin Lloyd falls to you after you had a chance to move around in the draft. There's nothing wrong with this pick. You need it. It's available to you. He's a player with higher value falling late in the first. You climb up, you get him without giving up a king's ransom for him. So overall, I think this is a very good pick. Once again, value for the pick is the most important deal. Sorry. So the value for this pick here was a 680 is the total for the 27. Okay. So for pick 33 was 580. So you're looking for about 100 points in value from there. Pick 106 was 82 points. And 180 Right. So this you're looking for about 18 points in value. 180 gives you a total of 19.
There you go.
Right, so
1 point. Fire them.
right, so there you go. So that's close enough that you can live with.
It's 101 instead of one. Fire them, Jeff.
Yeah,
they're done.
Yeah, no, that's good. When you have 20, 30 points, you still could have got an extra pick out of it. Even if it's a 7, you can get an extra pick out of that. Less than 10 points, you don't barter over those.
Exactly. And but by the way, it sounds to me, based on hearing both of you guys talking about it, that you're more happy with this pick by the Jaguars than their number 1 overall. Is that an accurate statement?
Oh yeah. Listen, this value matches the pick. The first pick the value did not match the pick. And like I said, I get it that the GM sees a guy and says he reminds me of, but when you're drafting 1 overall, if that guy's value doesn't match that, and I see Jaguar scouts on the road, and those guys are good guys. If y'all really choked up to this and said this is what you really thought of him, he was really worth the number 1. Guys, we gotta get back to work. That's not a good deal.
So what I'm hearing you say is I need to pay attention the next time I watch you talk to a scout in the press box and see what happens. I got you.
Well, that won't happen in the press box. That's going to happen when we're walking around Indianapolis or the Senior Bowl downtown, and we'll have that conversation.
Fair enough. Hey, maybe I'll get in the press box of the Senior Bowl downtown. That
there
works.
You go.
Bill, the Packers are on the clock here, and maybe they have an opportunity to make their fans a little happier, get them some kind of a weapon here. What do you think? That's a no if I saw that face. Oh boy.
But doesn't mean that it doesn't mean they should be, right? I mean, I think that they're going to get a good player here, and I think they're going to get really good value here. Could they take a receiver? Of course they could, and they might. I mean, Sky Moore is a player. I won't be shocked to hear his name, but I think that they might actually be going defense here. And I mean, players that you could hear, either Kalachis or Dean, right, are both, I think, fairly likely. I won't be shocked if they go with a guy like Jalen Petrie or Daxton Hill as well. I think they're going to go defense, but we soon shall see. But gun to my head or whatever, I think they'll probably go defense. It would make the fans happier if they went with Sky Moore, obviously, but all those guys are in play. I think Moore is in play, or Christian Watson is in play. If you do go with a receiver, and then if they go defense, Jacoby Dean's in play. Jalen Petrie, Daxton Hill are both in play.
Yeah, and I get. I mean, heck, I haven't been able to name a Packer safety since Clinton-Dix that's made an impact, and not just because his name's funny. Like I can name Matari Big too, but I think Clinton-Dix was just a better player overall.
Yes.
But I don't remember a Packer safety other than that. And listen, I mean, I even got to talk to Leroy Butler a little bit at the NFL Honors. Like there is Packer safety history there. So with all that in mind, I see a DB as a good pick. And again, I think the fans will be disappointed, and basically all I'm doing is stalling before we see that disappointment. Apparently, so.
Well, they have Whitworth giving an inspirational speech, and if there's anybody you want to do it, it's Andrew Whitworth. Good story, great to see him go out on top.
Yes,
I'm real interested to see. I know they reported as Devontae Wyatt. They haven't announced it here though for some reason. He's still talking. But if
Whitworth can talk all he wants.
If that's the case, once again, Green Bay's faithful are throwing stuff at the wall because they do not want to hear anything defensive again after they had to deal with that the first one. You trade away Devontae Adams, right? You let Equanimous St. Brown go, and it's like you're letting receivers go and bringing in defense. Apparently, they think Aaron Rodgers can throw to the offensive line and score. So, and that's exactly what it is. So Devontae Wyatt, I love the player. I think he's going to do great things for that defense. However, you got to score points to get back to the Super Bowl. I think we found that out now. We're not going to see anytime soon another 2000 Ravens run. I don't think you're going to see that anymore. At least no time soon. Okay. It's going to take a very special team, and that's not going to happen very frequently. You got to score points. And the way Green Bay, you lost in the playoffs because you couldn't score 10 points. You couldn't score over 10 points. So by adding more defense, is that supposed to help you? I don't see this. So there's value with receivers in the later rounds, but not as many all-around playmaking receivers. You had the ability to go get them. You didn't do it. You had the ability, it was the first pick, to at least still grab one with a decent playmaking ability. They didn't do it. You go in defense, you double down on defense in the first round. Now you're going to come back, and they're probably going to throw some receivers in there in later rounds. And there'll be guys that are very good slot receivers. There'll be guys that are very good jump ball receivers, but don't have separation speed. So they're going to have certain things. I think they're saving grace. I think they probably have them high on their board. And we'll watch for this day 2 tomorrow and day 3 just in case. But I think he goes day 2. Pierce from Cincinnati. I wouldn't be surprised if he ends up in Green Bay. I think that's one of the guys they probably have high on their board. And they said we could get a guy like him going on day 2. To be able to go and get somebody who's a deep threat. His speed is amazing. Like I said, he's one of those guys. I didn't believe the speed until he ran to 40. I saw the film and I said, okay, he's fast, but I didn't think he was as fast as I thought until I saw the 40.
Well, let me say one thing real quick, because you make great points about all of that. As a 49er fan, I am uniquely qualified to tell you how the 49ers offense pushed the Packers all over the field for each of the past, is it 3 playoff appearances?
Yes.
So with that in mind, I mean, listen, Jimmy Garoppolo won a football game that got them to the Super Bowl in the NFC championship game, throwing the ball, what was it, 6 times, 9 times, less than 10 times. That's what I know for a fact. That wasn't enough for them to upgrade, though, and they came back. They came across the Niners again, and I will grant you that the scoring of the football was certainly an issue, but at the end of the day, the Niners also still won because they pushed everybody all around and gave opportunity to one Deebo Samuel to finish the job. Granted, hey, in both cases, they all still had Devontae Adams. So I see your point 100%. Bill, anything to add there, bud?
Well, the thing I'm going to add is there are teams that said, we're going with the best value, right? We don't care. I'm not saying we don't care, but I know I keep quoting and requoting, but need is a terrible evaluator of talent.
That's right.
And this is a very deep, perhaps historically deep wide receiver class. They're going to get a wide receiver, possibly multiple wide receivers. They might not be the guys that you're the most familiar, depending on how familiar you are with this class. But there's good wide receivers who will be had well into day 3, and some even probably as undrafted free agents who will be contributors. So I understand what they're doing here. They're saying, we're going to put this guy next to the park, and we're going to have a couple of absolute handfuls on the interior of our defense. And the ability to stop the other team from scoring is another way to win, right? I know everyone wants to constantly talk about scoring more points. And, of course, every rule change in the past 50 years practically has been to make it easier to score points. I get that. However, if you can stop the other from scoring, you can also win.
Yeah, no, I mean, and, please see the 2000 Ravens and other less prominent defensive examples.
The Ravens made it back to the Super Bowl, right?
Good point.
With Joe Flacco, who's not Hall of Fame bound at quarterback, I think would be fair to say.
I mean, hey,
he was better than Dilfer, though. He was better than Dilfer.
Well, I'll put it this way. That run that Flacco had in that playoff season certainly was. I'll certainly grant that.
Oh, yeah.
Don't get me started on the overratedness of Joe Flacco.
Yeah.
And, the hold of Crabtree in that end zone. But nobody wants to talk about that right now. What I would also add here, gentlemen, at this juncture is Green Bay fans. I saw somebody asking, "What are you doing, Green Bay?" It's called fire sale. You have to pay your future Hall of Fame quarterback, and Flacco is always elite.
Wow, Jordan. Remember
You've been doing
is
so well, Jordan. Now I have to fire you in the middle of the production. What is going on?
But they're in answer to Joe's question, they're following their board. I will never be mad at a team for following their board.
Yeah.
I'll see that and raise you this. They're not, I mean, they are following the board. Sure, it's draft night. They're also following their wallet and what's not in there anymore.
Yeah.
Hey, listen, I get that the salary cap's rising and that they're reacting to that. And that's how Aaron got his cheddar over and above, you know, cute. But at the end of the day, you're also shipping off these receivers that are overly expensive. They're betting on the fact that Aaron Charlotte Rodgers can do something that Peyton Manning or Thomas Edward Brady, I need to learn Manning's middle name, that Thomas Edward Brady also does, and that's make receivers better than they really are.
Sure.
And we haven't really seen that too much yet from him.
Yeah.
Well, he's got to stay healthy. They got to be able to protect him. Kevin Bakhtiari's been consistently hurt. So that's part of the problem with trying to protect him is the guys who are supposed to protect him aren't there. So with the issues they have with the money, they made sure they paid him. Okay, so Rodgers got his money. They shipped the receiver out because they didn't want to give him his. All right, they let the other receivers that were backing up. And yeah, that's going to be Aaron Rodgers after another playoff loss because he's going to have a lot of money without the wins, and he wants another Super Bowl. It's obvious he wants it, and nobody will ever question his fire to win because you see it on the field. But unfortunately, there you go. Oh, whoa.
There you go.
The Pats have a pick.
People said, "Where's the surprise first rounder?" I mean, Smith sort of, but here's another one. Yes.
All right. So
another terrific athlete at the position too.
Ironically named Cole Strange, the Strange pick, apparently of the draft, according to our experts here. I mean, well, let's put it this way. I mean, the Pats traded back to get to this pick, right? You can't front on that aspect of it, but a guard at this point, I haven't heard much about Cole Strange. I mean, what do you have him on your board? I mean, it's not like I have Chattanooga players on my mind. This is the sole reason I have you guys, especially Professor Bill here. I mean,
I first found him looking for another player named Devonshire Marshall, and Devonshire Marshall, I think, ended up taking an extra year. He'll be a 6th-year guy next year, I guess, coming out. But I noticed Cole Strange almost by accident looking for another player at Tennessee Chattanooga, who I had on my, top 100 or so list going into the season, and then he decided not to declare. But Cole Strange is a fantastic athlete at the position. Could probably play right tackle in a desperate emergency, but he's a guard. Powerful, athletic, dominant at his level, but held up very well at the Senior Bowl. So obviously, they want to run the football. There's some teams that are counter-programming. They want to run the football. He's very good at run block. Next selection coming in.
Yes, well, we had Cole Strange go, and that's one of those guys. We talk about play strength. I think overall that's going to be the biggest concern for him is will he be able to handle the inside strength of the interior players at the next level. He's a very athletic player. Works well in zone scheme. Power is going to be a little issue for him. George Karlaftis, another one that I mocked to the Chiefs, goes to the Chiefs. Okay, so once again, we talk about improving that Chiefs defense. All right, Karlaftis, all right, goes to the Chiefs. They add the corner. Now they add the defensive end. So give credit to the Kansas City Chiefs. They know what they wanted. All right, they made sure they got the corner they wanted, still landed the edge rusher they wanted in the back end of the draft. So that's a great job of working your board.
Yeah, great job of you working your board as well, sir. And listen, the Chiefs, I like the concept of the Chiefs upgrading defense. They've established the fact that, look, as quarterbacks go in that division, y'all are electric out there out west with the addition of Russell Carrington Wilson. Yes, that really is his middle name. When your weakest quarterback in a division is David Carr, a guy who at one point in his career was headed for an MVP until he got hurt, and his team was forced to start Connor Cook at quarterback in a playoff game. I don't know. Maybe it's the West Coast bias. I don't know why people are down on David Carr. But
Derek.
Or I said David. I said Derek right the first time, and then I said David. I do that. Thank you, sir. Would not be the first time you corrected me on a player name on the fly. Thank you. But Derek Carr, as if he's the weakest link in the AFC West, I mean, with what's happened to Seattle, like literally that move could have made the NFC West inferior to the AFC West off the bat as a division. And the Chiefs concentrating on defense, I feel like that's them reacting to that change. What say you guys?
Well, two things. Getting better on defense is always a good thing. I know people really like I said, the focus on the pew, 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 right? I know people love that, but it really, you don't have. Not every game has to be a shootout. Not every game has to be the Mexico City game between the Rams and the Chiefs, where like 95 points are scored between the two teams. It doesn't always happen. You can also, stop the other team a couple of times and, maybe win 27-20. I mean, that's allowed too. The Chiefs are going to be still a dynamic offense. Like, that's not leaving. And in case you were wondering, it's Williams. You asked about Peyton Manning. It's Peyton Williams Manning. The fact is that they had to get better on defense for two reasons. One, as you pointed out, they're playing against a bunch of other really dynamic offenses, a bunch. And if they can get a couple of extra possessions, that means your offense gets to score the football even more, right? If you can generate some turnovers, if you can get some strip sacks, some tip ball interceptions, those are more chances to score. Defense can help offense for people. I mean, you mentioned Thomas Edward Patrick Brady Jr. earlier. Yeah. I got all his middle names in. He's never played on a defense that was ranked, I think, lower than 12th in the league ever. In his
Great stat.
So it helps you if your defense can stop the other team, and it helps you if your defense can give you the ball back. If you can do that, that's your chance of surviving against all these other dynamic offenses that you're going to face in the AFC West. I think it's very smart.
So in the line with maintaining success, Jeff, let me go to you as we're talking about the Bengals on the clock. Now, the pick is actually in, according to what we see. They made a lot of good upgrades to their offensive line, arguably the biggest position in need immediately following the Super Bowl. And after, they competed well. But listen, at the end of the day, Aaron Charlet, not Rodgers, but Donald, made the difference there too. Yes, another Aaron Charles.
Yeah.
With that in mind, like this, with the wide receiver upgrade, the Bengals are interesting to me. And this late, I feel like the biggest need they have on the team at this moment is defensive back. Do you think there's a fit here for that?
Absolutely. And just turning around on my board, I see right at the top there, Andrew Booth. Okay. Originally we had Kyle Elam, but Elam went earlier. McDuffie came off the board first out of that second tier of corners. Well, Booth is still on the board. So I think Andrew Booth will be an excellent fit. All right, you need another corner to compete with Eli Apple. If you're going to start Apple and play him in the sub packages
with Eli Apple,
yeah. I knew someone was going to say it.
So listen, they kept him on the roster, so they obviously wanted him. All right,
this would be the first time I've heard Bill make jokes about Eli Apple. It's okay.
Larry Brown was a Super Bowl MVP in Dallas. Let him walk. So they brought him back. So if they brought him back, they want somebody to compete with him. They're probably hoping the person wins that said competition, but nevertheless, they want him to compete.
They will be enraged if whoever they draft in the first round doesn't win that competition with Eli Apple. Well, that would be a painful thing.
The surefire way to make sure that didn't happen, that was to make sure you didn't sign the guy. So, they signed him. They got what they wished for. So, we'll find out who the pick is. I have a feeling it'll be a defensive.
They could also go linebacker here.
They can go linebacker. Definitely.
I predicted to a lot of Deanites that he wasn't going to go as early as they thought. That though the undersized linebacker thing isn't quite the bête noire that it once was, there's still a lot of teams that are not completely sold on smaller linebackers that get balled up, quite frankly, when guards get out on them. I mean, when a guy who's 290 pounds is, or more is slamming into a guy like Kobe Dean, I mean, That's Jello hitting the windshield of a Mack truck. That's not what you want. So ideally, you want this guy in space, and the space linebacker is a thing, right?
Yeah.
There's a place for him, but that place is not in the top 10 or top 15 picks, and this is probably right where his value lies. You could definitely hear Booth, but Booth has some medical stuff that scared some teams away, obviously. I wouldn't be shocked if also either seen Daxton Hill or Lewis seen Daxton Hill, possibly even Petrie. I think Jalen Petrie makes it to the second as well, but early in the second.
Oh,
his name called.
The pick is in.
I think the biggest shock would be if it was offense. Go ahead, Jeff.
Is Daxton Hill, Michigan.
There you go.
There we go. That's what I thought it was going to be.
We talk about that big-bodied safety that could come down, play in the slot, play run support, play over the top. Okay, the top safety was Hamilton. This was safety number 2. Okay, so sometimes you can say Brisker. Some people say him. Either way,
yeah,
I like Brisker as well. These two guys graded very similar.
Very similar.
But when you look at it, he's a better player in the slot. So which gives him an ability for
right.
You don't have to bring that extra corner in with him.
Brisker's a bit of pure safety, but
yeah. So I think overall, you're talking about a guy. He has excellent ball skills too. That's another thing that you don't normally see. You talk about guys.
He's really kind of a corner playing safety, but yeah, he's a big corner playing safety in essence.
Yeah,
Brisker's a real safety, but horses for courses, right? There's 35 or whatever flavors at Baskin Robbins for a reason.
And this is what we talked about with the safety position changing. Right? You're going to have that traditional strong safeties now more of a nickel / corner. You could thank Honey Badger for that. That's part of what he brought to the game. Having that safety that could come down and play in the slot. Then it succeeded by Buda Baker in Arizona. Right? Everybody wants that kind of safety now. So if you have that guy who can come down as a safety and play in the slot, play over the tight end, and do all that stuff that you need to cover and hit. That's all you need. So he fits a big need for what teams want to do. I think overall, this is an excellent pick for the Bengals because it gives them a guy at that position who can actually make some real plays. I think, they have some solid guys back there, but you need guys that are going to make some plays on that defense. Yeah. And if you're going to go back to a Super Bowl, I talked about that was going to be the hard part was going back to that Super Bowl.
Always.
You got to upgrade on that defense. Because you already started doing things on offense, but they got to upgrade the defense.
You got a super athlete at that position, and of course Justice Hill's younger brother.
Yes.
But there's my concern for him is he's not the world's greatest tackler. I'm not gonna say he's really just a big corner, but you can do a lot of things with him. He's versatile.
Yeah, definitely. A little known fact here too, gentlemen, that I don't think is talked about enough. I believe the number was 5 Bengals starters that had started the previous year for the Cincinnati Bengals, all put together a defensive effort that took them to the Super Bowl. Listen, if you want an opportunity to have somebody come in and get firsthand experience about how to mold into a scheme, you have a bunch of guys ready to help you there do it. Bottom line, right? So, hey, we're heading into the 32nd pick, the final pick here of the first round tonight. The Minnesota Vikings, after the numerous movements in this flea market that has been 2022. Gentlemen, for me, I feel like the Vikings have a pretty solid roster overall. The biggest problem I have is Kirk Cousins. I'll be honest. I don't think they're going Malik Willis here.
No, they're not solving that problem right here, my friend.
Correct. So what do you guys got?
Well, where do I begin? Well, I mean, you keep paying Kirk Cousins, so there's no point in drafting quarterback at this position, right?
Right.
So what do you do to help him out? Well, you can use another running back because you're not probably going to keep Alexander Madison after this season. You're probably going to let him go get paid elsewhere. You already have Dalvin Cook, but he gets hurt, so you're going to need another back to go with those guys. You could sneak a Breece Hall in there. He provides a different element from those two guys. Or okay, they want pass rush. Okay, there's a couple of pass rushers still out there that fit right in here at 32. Adebike from Penn State is one of them. So you talk about that. Now, you'd have to wait for David Ojabo if you want to take him here. So this is a pick where you could take Ojabo. You're going to have to wait. He'll start the season on PUP because he won't be able to perform anytime soon. He'll come back at his own pace. But overall, they need to add pass rush. That's one way they can go with this. Also, secondary. They still need more guys in that secondary. You have aging safety, so you may bring in the young safety. Brisker makes some sense there. Corners make sense here. So overall, that's the direction I would go. I'd go more defense here and come back to offense later.
Right.
Fair enough. Pick is in, gentlemen. So we're coming up here.
Dean, Scene, and Petrie are the guys that I was thinking had a good shot to go here.
Absolutely. And keep in mind, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen out there, as we reach the end of the round here, we will take a short break after pick 32, but stick around as we get a couple final things. I'm going to ask the fellas who they thought is leading the draft at the end of the first night, who the biggest reach was and who their favorite pick of the night was. Of course, that will all be after the break here too, but still sticking with the Vikings. Listen, they're in a place where they're in a division where the other two teams in the Lions and the Bears have been virtual non-factors of late. And, you know, I don't blame the new young quarterback in Chicago for the woes. I blame the fact that Chicago is, in fact, cap hell right now.
Yes.
And that young quarterback still has the opportunity to be the best quarterback in franchise history, which isn't saying a whole lot. You know, but I say all that to say, listen, when the next best guy in the modern era who I can think of that's not Jay Cutler is Eric Kramer, that should tell you everything you do. And by the way, in the words of Professor Bell, Google Eric Kramer. He was fun, dang it. But with all that in mind, you know, you got to find a way to compete with the Packers. And actually, we have the pick in. I'll hand this one off to you, Professor. How do you feel about the pick up?
I think the first one I mentioned was either I mentioned second player. I mentioned Dean Scene and Petrie. So the thing about Scene is he's closer to being a quote unquote real safety, right? He's a guy who can play in the box. I think teams think they can also play him in the deep middle of the field. Good athlete, very good athlete, terrific athlete, in fact. But he has enough size and strength to come down and bang, right? If you need him to do that as well. He's not he's not by far not a finished product, but there's things you like about him, right? Length and strength, right? You like long and strong. He can really, really run. He has to see it first, and I think you probably want to speed up his processing. That's probably the one big knock I have on him. Is that safety is a very mental position, as I said before, and he's not as far along mentally as I would like, but he can play the game, and he's a tough guy. So he's going to give you some good knockback plays where you see him, you know, rock people back. And, yeah, he can really run.
Fair enough. Jeff, last word on the Vikings pick.
I think overall you're talking about a safety that's going to be an enforcer. We talked about the age at safety position there. You know, they had Xavier Woods last year teamed up with the former Notre Dame safety back there. I think overall, Harrison Smith. Yeah. So I think overall you're looking at a guy who's going to come in. You can pair him with Smith for a while until eventually you move on from the aging veteran. He takes over as the lead safety, and you're going to have another young guy, obviously, either come in this draft or the next to help replace Harrison Smith when he's ready to move on from him. So I think overall, you have to inject the youth into that defense. It's aged. You have to get it younger. You have to get it a little more talented. Lewis Sign does that.
And boy, though, Harrison Smith is definitely a tough act to follow. That guy has been there. Perennial is definitely the right word for that. But listen, that's all 32 picks here for the NFL draft. We'll be back in just about 45 seconds here to give you our final thoughts, feelings, and craziness. That is the flea market known as the 2022 NFL draft. Back in a bit, everybody.
Pickup is a fan engagement platform that aims to build communities and turn the biggest headlines in sports into free-to-play props while rewarding fans for their hot sports takes. You've likely seen their props on Nuts and Bolts Sports and some of your other favorite online publishers and leagues like USA Today, NASCAR, Flow Sports, and others. Simply make your pick on the pickup prop and verify your pick by entering your phone number, which you will use to track your picks, accumulate points, and exchange for prizes in their marketplace. Their merch ranges from Fanatics gift cards, cross nets just in time for summer, dugout mugs, and more. Make your picks ahead of the draft now.
And welcome back here at Nuts and Bolts Sports. Of course, I'm Kyle Nash, the student of the game, here with Bill Carroll and Jeff Barbs. We just watched 32 picks of what I think is probably among the more, if not the most chaotic drafts I've watched. I've constantly used the term flea market here. And listen, there's a lot of trade. Call it the marketplace. Pick a term you want. Trades galore up in this beast. And oh, by the way, a surprise pick in round one. The first 5 picks being defense, 2 corners back-to-back in the top 5. A lot of stuff here that people did not expect. If this was a mock draft, I would flip a table and not known it was coming and that it is, in fact, reality. However, yes, that's right. This is a close-up of Jeff during the break. Hopefully it has copious amounts of weed in it to keep it nice calm and all that. But the 3 big things that all the fans ask about, whether it's intelligent to do so or not, are typically the biggest winners, the biggest reach of the draft, and of course your guys' personal favorite pick. Not necessarily the best team, but a pick that you saw and you were just like, yes, I have a guess. But I want to see what you guys come up with. First, let's start who you think is now leading, air quotes, heading into day 2. Sensei Jeff, let me start with you.
Well, I'm going to start with the New York Jets. I mean, the first 2 picks were excellent. I mean, you come out as expected. They take Sauce Gardner. They come back and get Garrett Wilson. So they add more pop to that receiving core, give their young quarterback another weapon. Right, you added a tight end that was just in the Super Bowl. Yep, here's another receiver. So they rebuilt offensive line. So they're not making any excuses for their young quarterback. But then they come back around and trade back up and get that defensive end that you could have had at 10 at 26. Mm-hmm. So not only 2 excellent picks, but to come back and pull off a steal with the 3rd pick in the first round, the Jets are my winner of the day.
So usually it's 2 baskets, you're heating up in 3. He's on fire, and the Jets are on fire, according to Bill, to Jeff on that one. Professor Bill, your leading team.
I'll stay in the same city, and I'll say that the Giants did a really, really good job as well. You get Kayvon Thibodeau, who I think has a chance to be an absolute superstar, and you added a real, stud hoss of a lineman in Neal. And as you said, it's no excuses time, right? And I should give sort of an honorable mention to the Texans as well. The Texans did a really good job. I mean, several teams did a really good job. But I really like what they did as well. I think some of the teams that maximized value worked the board a little bit and came away with quite a bit. This is what – and we're going to see obviously more because some of those trades are going to extend into other rounds.
Right.
Those are teams I think did a really good job of maximizing value. The Saints did some interesting things too, because
absolutely, yeah,
they were very aggressive, which is something that Mickey Loomis and company are known for. They're known for being willing to roll the dice and make their move and go after things and not sit back. Right? They're known for making it happen, not watching it happen, not waiting to see what happens, but making it happen. So I feel like I need to mention them as well.
Yeah, no, I mentioned too that I was fond of what the Giants were doing. I'm glad that you mentioned the Texans. I kind of like what they did as well. I said the Giants earlier. The Jets moved up to. I mean, listen, if there was a city in the United States that needed great draft picks tonight, it is New York. In the past 5 seasons, the 2 teams are tied for the 4th worst record over the past 5 seasons. I mean, correct. This is the shot in the arm that those cities needed in football, and hopefully for those fans, they can continue it into the rest of the stuff. Now, the biggest reach for each of you, I have my guess on who that is, jokingly, of course. But Bill, let me start with you. Who do you think was taken off the Bill board most too soon.
Yeah, well, I guess now it's a tie. I really like Cole Strange, but he's a guy that I'm utterly convinced was going to be there when they picked again, unless they didn't have a pick in the next round, and I think they did. I don't go back and check, but he doesn't feel like to me like a player that wasn't going to be there in the middle of the second. I would have been shocked if he wasn't there in the mid-second. And we've talked about Walker, kind of beat that particular horse into like a fine paste. You could spread on a cracker. But I don't dislike the player. I just think that you're distorting the value, right? And now people will look at the player differently. And so if he's a 5.5, 6 sack guy, people are going to be like, what's going on? Why are we taking, this is who he is. I mean, that's not anyone's fault. Except that if you take a guy that early, you're going to have to explain constantly what else he's doing that justifies the pick. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah, but look at what he's doing against the run, and he's helping other players, and we're doing these interesting things with him. But yeah, that's another one. And then I guess the runner-up would be Tyler Smith, who I really like. I'm a big fan of his, and I think he's going to be a very successful player. He also feels like a guy you could have traded back and still gotten. If you'd gone another 3 or 4 picks later, I feel like he still would have been there. And it seems like teams wanted to move in this particular draft. So you probably could have found a trade partner.
Right.
Despite what my friend Jeff said about feeling like teams had gotten all the trading out of their system before the draft started.
Boy, was I wrong.
Listen, I think Bill brought it up best. There is a phrase that fans hate to hear that have to be said in situations like this. Fans hate hearing what had happened was. I think that's what Jeff finds himself saying about the movement tonight in the draft. So, Jeff, in your mind, which picks will leave most teams saying what had happened was?
Yeah, well, I'm going to save my best for last, but I'm going to start with, he already hit on Cole Strange. Mm-hmm. I think overall there were some picks that were, excellent. The one that really strikes me the most is we're going to come back towards the middle of the round. I lost my place. All right, so we talked about Kyle Elam. Mm-hmm. Being one of those guys we said we thought was going to be there later. Guess what? He wasn't. They jumped up to get him. All right. So that was the one. He could have been there when you picked. They were afraid maybe Dallas would take him. I guess that's why they jumped him. Sometimes you get so dead set on a player that you don't exactly trust your board. So they window shop their board and said, okay, we're going to jump Dallas to get this corner. Well, he may have been there when you got it. You probably gave up a pick you could have used. But, of course, number one is going to be for me, okay? When you have this guy here.
Oh, no, he was just getting
that's
to the
one
board. I was getting – there he's back. Okay, you froze for a minute. You pointed at the board, and I was about to get really excited that you're using the board, and I'm like, nah, you froze. But yes, restate it again who the big one was for you.
Okay, once again, we're going to talk about number one. We're going to talk about Walker. I'm sorry. Yeah. All right, when I bypass 1, 2, 3, 4 guys ahead of him on my board and take him number one overall, that's a huge reach for me. Mm-hmm. Okay, Now, granted, my board maybe is definitely obviously different from Jacksonville's board.
Sure,
because you obviously said that he's the best player in this draft, and I don't know too many people that agree with that. They probably agreed with it this week when they knew that you were going to do it. And there's a lot of guys that do that in the national media. All of a sudden the teams are going to do that. I'm going to be right because that's what I heard the team is going to do. No. I'm sticking to my evaluation. My evaluation says that was the number 5 edge rusher on my board. You took him number 1 overall.
That's right. Just because
I'll eat crow if I'm wrong.
Right.
But boy, oh boy.
Yes, well, hey, at the end of the day, Drake may have won a butt ton of money over it, but that doesn't mean he saw it coming. Well stated, my friend. So with that in mind, by the way, that guess I thought I had as who the biggest reach was, nailed it. So with that in mind, what is the favorite pick that both of you guys observed tonight. Jeff, let me start with you on this. What's the one that you're going to walk away from this one remembering on day 3 going, yeah, this was all great, but yeah.
Honestly, Detroit jumping up for Jameson Williams. And normally people go, well, that was a reach, wasn't it? No. Jameson Williams, like I said, if it wasn't for the injury, would have been a higher value on a lot of people's board. I think the injury kind of dropped them a little bit. But the fact of the matter is, okay, they weren't going to get anything of that value if they would have stayed at 32. All right. So the fact that they jumped up, took them when they had a chance to take them, added a player of that value who's going to contribute eventually at some point this season to that roster, which desperately needed a player of that value, is a steal. It's a steal because you have the ability to sit back and take a quality receiver at the end of the round, or you make a move like that where you get a guy not only that you need, but he falls to you in that area where you could actually benefit from a player that you didn't expect to get.
Fair enough. Yes, that's love the gift here. Well done. Great and powerful Jordan doing his thing. He has recovered from being on my bad graces by trying to prop up Joe Flacco. And Bill, your favorite pick of the night, Professor.
Jermaine Johnson II, getting like the 26, man. The Jets had a very good day at the office tonight. And I mean, they might not be contending to win the Super Bowl or something anytime soon, but they really set themselves up to have a much better year this year. And as we said before, if there's not dramatic improvement, they'll make some additional changes going into next year. But I like that one, and I'll sort of a second, not distant second, but getting Karlaftis is one of the youngest players in this draft, and a guy that came to football late, so he's still really learning the game. Getting him where the Chiefs got him, I think, is also tremendous value. So those are two, to me, really, really solid value picks.
Fair enough. And, of course, my favorite pick of the night, not necessarily for the right reasons, but my favorite pick of the night was what Bill had mocked at number 9 for the Seattle Seahawks, picking up Charles Cross. I will have jokes for season thanks to the Pete Carroll's activity, what happened in Seattle, picking a 69-year-old coach over a potential future Hall of Fame quarterback, and then finally getting the tackle he was asking for all along. Thank you, Seahawks. All right. Gentlemen, with that in mind, of course, had a great time. Listen, if you obviously love talking football. Thank you for doing it with us here at Nuts and Bolts Sports. The NBS will have, this is the first 4 hours of 16 or so you'll see this weekend. Jeff and Bill will both be here over the weekend. My slacker butt may not, but hey, at the end of the day, these guys will be carrying the heavy weight and giving you all the knowledge, detail, and all of that you could possibly imagine. Yeah. Because I don't have it memorized, Jeff, give the people your Twitter handle real quick, please.
Absolutely. It's at Jeff Barnes 29 and at Cover 2 Draft. Cover number 2 Draft.
You think I would know the Cover 2 Draft one by now? And of course, my good friend, the 11 Bravo 38. He has it written there, but I would have had a fighting chance of at least remembering the 11 Bravo because I've seen it for years. Bill Carroll. And, of course, I am Kyle Nash, the student of the game. You can find me on Twitter at the SOTG. Find me on Instagram as the same, the SOTG. And find me on Facebook as the student of the game. Gentlemen, I had a great time doing this. Thanks to Jordan and thanks to all involved to set up this. This is a fantastic time. Jordan, listen, plenty of bows for you, my guy. Thank you.
Super producer.
Yes, exactly. I saw it firsthand. You're going straight to the MCU, unless you're going to television, then do DC. It's more successful in that venue. But at any rate, guys, thank you very much. This has been the first day of Nuts and Bolts coverage of the 2022 NFL Draft. We'll see you guys tomorrow.